Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. I was not really planning to camp solo. It just kind of happened. Originally, a friend was supposed to come with me, someone I used to work with back in Raleigh, but she bailed last minute. Family emergency, or maybe a bad excuse, hard to tell with her. I had already booked the days off work and packed everything. I figured, screw it, I am going anyway. 2 nights on the Appalachian Trail near Standing Indian Mountain. Not a crazy trek or anything, just enough to clear my head. I left my car at a tiny trailhead lot around noon on a Friday, signed into the little logbook at the post, and headed out with a loaded pack and a dull sense of optimism. The first few hours were uneventful. The trail was beautiful. The trees were thick with early spring green, and the breeze made that soft rustling sound that always puts me in a better mood. I barely saw anyone after the first hour. One guy and his dog passed me going the other way. He was sweaty, looked tired, and just nodded as he passed. By late afternoon, I had picked a spot near a small ridge, maybe 50 yards off the trail. It was flat, had some natural cover, and just enough space for my tent. I made camp, boiled some ramen, and sat watching the sun go down through the trees. It got dark fast. There is something weird about how quickly the woods swallow light. I read for a while by headlamp, wrote a few lines in my notebook that were probably trying too hard to sound like something worth remembering, and then crashed a little after 10. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up needing to pee. The kind of wake-up where your bladder is basically yelling, and there is no going back to sleep until you deal with it. I unzipped the tent and stepped out, shivering a little. It had gotten colder than I expected. As I was standing there, half asleep, I heard this sound. 2 short whistles, high-pitched, about a second apart, coming from the trees to my left. I froze, not scared exactly, just alert. It could have been anything. A bird, maybe. An animal breathing weird. I stood still for a bit, waiting to hear it again. But it was silent. No wind, no leaves crunching, just the woods holding their breath. I finished peeing, got back in the tent, zipped up, and told myself not to be dramatic. It was nothing, just forest noise, normal stuff. Still, it took a while to fall back asleep. The next morning I packed up and hiked about 6 miles deeper in. The trail cut through some denser forest before opening up near a stream. I set up near a bend in the water, tucked a little downhill from the main path. It felt even quieter than the day before. I only saw one other person all afternoon, a woman maybe in her 50s with trekking poles and mirrored sunglasses. She waved. I waved back. She kept moving. That second night, I was more relaxed. I made some instant mashed potatoes with tuna, which sounds awful but honestly hit the spot. I laid back, watching the sky darken through the tree canopy. There was that moment of total silence again right before full dark, where even the birds stopped making noise. I am not used to real silence, the kind that makes you aware of your own heartbeat. I got in the tent a little before 11, slept pretty well at first. Then, at exactly 3 in the morning again, I woke up. Not from a dream, just suddenly wide awake. I do not know what made me do it, but I whistled. 2 short notes, like what I had heard the night before. A few seconds passed. Then 3 whistles came back. Closer this time. That sound did something to me, not panic, not even fear exactly, just a sense that I had done something wrong, like knocking on a door I did not actually want opened. I sat there in the tent, holding my breath, waiting for something else, but the night went still again. Eventually I fell asleep, heart racing. When I woke up in the morning, the first thing I noticed was that one of my socks was missing. I had taken them off before sleeping and left them just inside the tent flap. Now only one was there. I thought maybe I kicked it in my sleep, so I checked all around the tent, even outside. Nothing. Then I saw the rocks. Right outside my tent, maybe 5 feet from the door, someone had stacked 5 stones into a little tower. They were balanced perfectly, dry, no moss or dirt. And on top of the stack, my missing sock, folded, not just placed, folded like laundry. There were no footprints, no signs of animals. The ground was undisturbed except for that one little spot. I did not eat breakfast. I packed up in silence, kept glancing over my shoulder as I broke camp. The hairs on my neck would not go down. I told myself it had to be some kind of prank. Maybe other hikers messing with me, but it felt personal, like someone had been watching. I hiked all day with that weird pit in my stomach. Around 4 in the afternoon, I found a spot closer to the main trail, still off the path, but not as deep in. I wanted to be near enough to people that I could hear them, just in case. I almost didn't set up the tent. I considered just hiking out in the dark, but my legs were sore, and I did not want to risk getting hurt rushing downhill. I cooked, but barely touched the food. I sat up until after midnight, flashlight on, just staring into the woods, listening. The third night, the whistles came again. I didn't whistle back. I just sat still in my sleeping bag, every muscle tense as I heard them move. Not footsteps, not exactly, but movement, breathing, the sound of something knowing exactly where I was. And then I saw them, someone, 50 yards away, just beyond the tree line, not moving, just watching. I did not move for what felt like forever, just watching, trying to convince myself it was some hiker messing around, or maybe a ranger doing a late patrol, but there was no flashlight, no movement, no signal. Just a figure standing perfectly still among the trees 50 yards away. It did not wave. It did not call out. It did not even seem to breathe. I wanted to shout, to run, to hide, but my body refused. I was frozen, not out of fear, but because I did not trust myself to breathe or blink. The whistle had come again, soft and close now, like it was right behind me, though the figure had not moved. I barely remember crawling back into my tent. My hands shook as I zipped the door closed, triple checking every seam. The forest seemed to hum with quiet life, but none of it was natural anymore. I stayed awake until the first light, listening for footsteps, whispers, anything that might mean I was not alone. But the forest remained silent, except for the birds waking up and the distant rush of the river. Morning brought a dull ache in my head and a gnawing anxiety I could not shake. I looked out the tent flap and scanned the clearing again. The figure was gone. No sign it had ever been there, except for the lingering sense of eyes still watching. I packed slowly, taking everything down with careful hands. I did not want to leave anything behind that could be used to lure me back or signal the presence of whoever or whatever had visited me. My socks were both there this time, folded neatly inside the tent like they had been untouched. Hiking back to the main trail felt strange. The woods seemed smaller, tighter, like the trees were leaning in to watch me pass. I tried to ignore the feeling but failed every time I looked over my shoulder. No one was there, but the weight of those watching eyes was real. By mid-afternoon, I reached a tiny clearing where the trail opened up to a small meadow. It was a spot I had read about in old hiking forums, a place where the wildflowers bloomed in bursts of color and the wind moved through the grasses like waves on the ocean. I set up camp near the edge of the meadow, close enough to hear the distant hum of a highway, but far enough that the noise was just a faint drone under the birdsong. I needed the reminder of civilization, even if it was miles away. The afternoon passed quietly. I wandered down to a small creek and drank the cold water, watching minnows dart between the rocks. The sun was warm on my back, and for a moment I let myself believe I was just a hiker, out for a weekend escape. As dusk fell, I began to feel the old unease creeping back. The sky deepened to shades of violet and blue, and shadows stretched long between the trees. I ate a meager dinner, trying to focus on the sound of my own breathing instead of the silence around me. When I settled into my tent that night, I made a point of locking the zipper and stacking my backpack against the door for extra weight. I was not sure if that would help against whatever was out there, but it felt like something. At exactly 3 a.m, the whistles returned, this time 4 short calls spaced evenly apart. They echoed through the trees, bouncing from trunk to trunk. I closed my eyes and held my breath, hoping they would stop, hoping it was all in my head. The whistles did not stop. I stayed still, waiting for any other sound. Then, out of nowhere, the tent flap rustled. Not a breeze, not an animal, something brushing against the fabric. Something just outside, right by my head. I wanted to scream, but the words caught in my throat. I reached for my flashlight, fumbling with numb fingers, and flicked it on. The beam sliced through the darkness, catching only empty forest floor and a single small stone resting just outside the tent. I did not recognize the stone. It was smooth, dark, and oddly heavy. It felt like it had been polished. I did not throw it away or move it. Instead, I slid it inside my sleeping bag with me, hoping it was some kind of talisman or token of protection. I did not sleep after that. The whistle calls faded and returned intermittently, like a signal or a song. The night stretched on endlessly. By dawn, I was exhausted but relieved to see sunlight again. I packed quickly, eager to leave that place behind. As I broke camp, I found another stack of stones outside the tent. This time, there were 7. They were arranged in a circle with the small stone from last night at the center. I stared at the formation, a cold shiver running down my spine. I had no idea what it meant or who had made it, but I was certain I was no longer alone in those woods. The hike out was long and slow. Every rustle of leaves, every bird call set my nerves on edge. I kept looking for footprints or broken branches, but found none. No sign that anyone or anything had followed me. When I finally reached the trailhead parking lot, I collapsed into my car and locked the doors. The sound of the engine felt like a shield against the woods, but the feeling of being watched did not leave me. I drove home through empty country roads, the forest fading behind me like a bad dream, but the whistle calls, soft and distant, seemed to echo in my ears long after I was safe inside my apartment. I do not know what the whistles were, or who was sending them. I do not know what those stones mean or why my socks were folded and left outside my tent. But I do know one thing. If you are ever camping alone in the mountains, and you hear whistles in the trees at night, do not answer. I tried to put the whole thing behind me, the whistles, the stones, the figure standing in the trees. I told myself it was just some weird coincidence, maybe a prank by other hikers, or my imagination running wild after too many late nights working and too much caffeine. But something about those nights stuck in my head, nagging at the back of my mind, refusing to let go. A few days after I got home, I found myself scrolling through forums about the Appalachian Trail and strange things people had seen. Most were the usual stories about bears, bad weather, or losing their way. But then I found a few posts about whistles. Not the friendly kind you use to call a dog or get someone's attention, but eerie, long-distance whistles that seemed to come from nowhere and carried an odd message. Some said it was hikers warning each other about danger. Others thought it was something older, some kind of signal from the forest itself. One post stuck with me. It was from someone who had gone missing near Standing Indian Mountain about 5 years ago. The last message they left was about strange whistles at night and a pile of stones found outside their tent. The post was deleted, but people said the user disappeared without a trace. I shook it off as much as I could, but the idea that I was not the first, and maybe not the last, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. A few weeks later, I went back to the trail, not to camp, but to hike and clear my head. I wanted to see the places I had been without the fear that had settled over me like a shadow. Maybe if I faced it head on, it would lose its grip. This time, I went during the day and stuck to the main path. I passed the spots where I had camped before, noticing details I had missed. A broken branch here, a patch of moss there, and those smooth stones still stacked in quiet places. I met a few hikers, and we shared stories over short breaks. None mentioned whistles or strange sightings, but I could tell some were wary of the deeper woods. One man, older with a thick beard and a worn hat, told me about an old legend, about something that lived in the trees, using whistles to call travelers deeper into the forest. "It is not something you want to answer," he said, looking me in the eye. "Not unless you want to get lost for good." I nodded, not sure if he was joking or serious. That night, I stayed in a small cabin near the trailhead. It had electricity and a heater, but I still felt the weight of the forest pressing in around me. I could almost hear the whispers of leaves and the soft whistles carried on the wind. Sleep was restless. I dreamed of shadows moving between the trees, eyes watching, and the soft folding of socks on the ground. The next morning, I found a small stone on my windowsill, smooth and dark like the one from the woods. I did not know how it got there. No one else had been in the cabin. I stuffed the stone in my pocket and left quickly, deciding I needed distance. But the feeling followed me. Whistles in the background of my thoughts, the cold weight of stones in my pocket, the sense of eyes always watching. Back home, I started carrying the stone with me everywhere. It felt like a connection to those nights, and maybe a reminder to stay alert. A few days later, my phone rang late at night. An unknown number. I hesitated, then answered. The line was silent, except for a faint whistle. 2 short notes, almost a call. I wanted to hang up, but held the phone to my ear. Then a voice, barely above a whisper. "You answered." I dropped the phone. The call ended. That was the last straw. I knew I could not keep ignoring whatever was out there. I had to understand it, find out who or what was sending those whistles, why they chose me, or if they even did. I started researching everything I could find about Appalachian legends, old tribal stories, and the history of Standing Indian Mountain. There were tales of spirits that guarded the forest, using sound to communicate. Whistles were often mentioned as a way to warn or lure, depending on the spirit's intent. Some stories spoke of travelers who heard the call and followed it, never to return. Others talked about those who ignored the sounds and made it through, but always changed somehow. I found references to piles of stones left as markers or messages, but none that matched the precise arrangement I had seen. The more I learned, the more I realized how little I really understood. One night, sitting in my apartment, the stone heavy in my hand, I thought I heard a whistle outside, soft and distant, but clear enough to stop my breath. I looked out the window, nothing but the dark city street and the quiet hum of streetlights. I tried to convince myself it was the wind or a car passing far away. But deep down, I knew it was not. The whistles were still calling, and I was still listening. After that night, I decided I could not just sit around waiting for the whistles to come back. I had to do something. I started carrying the stone everywhere, like a reminder or maybe a shield against whatever was out there. It felt heavy, almost comforting, but also a little like a chain. I was tethered to those woods, whether I liked it or not. I reached out to some local hiking groups online, hoping to find someone else who had heard the whistles or seen strange things on that part of the Appalachian Trail. Most people thought I was joking or just looking for attention. A few offered vague stories about unexplained noises or people disappearing, but no one had any real answers. It was like the forest kept its secrets tight. One message stuck with me. A woman said she had camped near Standing Indian Mountain years ago and heard the same whistle calls at night. She told me she never answered, but the next morning she found a pile of stones outside her tent, just like mine. She said it felt like a warning. I asked if she ever saw anyone or anything. She said no, but that she felt watched for weeks after. She stopped hiking after that. That hit me hard. Maybe the whistles were not some prank or random sounds. Maybe they were a message or a trap. I decided I needed to go back, but this time with a plan. I wanted to record the whistles, see if they had a pattern, try to communicate or at least understand. I packed light but brought a recorder, extra batteries, and a good flashlight. I told a friend where I was going and when to expect me back. It felt like I was gearing up for a mission, not a casual hike. The trail was quieter than before, maybe because it was midweek or because fewer people were out this time of year. I set up camp at the same spots as before, though I was careful to pick a place with better visibility and less cover. The first night was uneventful, except for the usual sounds of the forest. Crickets, owls, the rustling of leaves, no whistles. I wondered if I had imagined the whole thing. Maybe it was just stress or too many horror stories. The second night, just before 3 a.m, I heard it. 2 short whistles. I fumbled for my recorder, turning it on with shaking hands. I stayed still and waited. 3 whistles came back, closer, clearer. The sound was unlike anything I had heard before. It was almost melodic, but with a sharp edge that set my teeth on edge. I tried to whistle back. 2 notes again, soft and slow. The forest was silent for a moment. Then, footsteps, slow and deliberate, not running or rushing, but steady. I held my breath, listening as the sound came closer, stopped, and then moved away. The recorder was still running. The rest of the night passed without incident, but I felt different, like the forest had acknowledged me, like I was part of some game I did not understand. In the morning, I found another stack of stones outside my tent, this time 10, arranged in a line leading away from the clearing, deeper into the woods. I followed the stones for a while, curious and cautious. They led me to a small clearing I had not noticed before, filled with old trees twisted into strange shapes. Moss covered the ground in thick blankets, and the air smelled damp and ancient. In the center of the clearing was a large stone, flat on top like an altar. On it lay a bundle of dried leaves and a small carved wooden whistle. I picked up the whistle, feeling the rough edges beneath my fingers. It was light but well made, with symbols etched into the surface. I put it to my lips and blew gently. The sound was hollow and eerie, echoing through the clearing. The forest seemed to hold its breath. I tucked the whistle into my pocket and made my way back to camp, heart pounding. That night, I did not hear the whistles. Instead, I dreamed. Dreams filled with dark woods and endless shadows, voices whispering in languages I could not understand, a presence watching me, waiting. I woke up soaked in sweat, clutching the wooden whistle in my hand. I knew I could not keep running from whatever this was. I needed answers. The next day, I headed back to town to find someone who could help me understand the symbols on the whistle. I found an older man who ran a small local museum focused on Appalachian history and folklore. His name was Harold. Harold looked at the whistle with interest, running his fingers over the carvings. "This is old," he said slowly. "Very old. These symbols are from a native tribe that used to live in these mountains long before settlers came." He explained that whistles like this were used in rituals to communicate with spirits of the forest. Some were meant to call for protection, others to warn of danger. "But be careful," he warned. "Not all spirits are friendly. Some are tricksters, and others, well, they do not like being disturbed." I felt a chill but nodded. I had already learned that much the hard way. Harold suggested I visit a local elder who might know more about the old ways and the legends tied to the mountain. I agreed, grateful for any lead. That evening, as I prepared to leave, the whistles returned. 2 short notes, clear and insistent. I answered with the wooden whistle, careful to match the rhythm. The night seemed to listen. The following morning, I set out to find the elder Harold had mentioned. His directions led me to a small cabin tucked deep in the woods just outside a nearby town. The path was narrow and winding, lined with thick undergrowth and towering oaks, whose branches interlocked overhead like fingers guarding secrets. When I arrived, an elderly woman opened the door before I could even knock. She had bright eyes, sharp and alert despite her age, and a face weathered by years of sun and wind. She looked me over quietly, then invited me inside without a word. The cabin smelled of burning wood and herbs. Shelves lined with jars of dried plants, old books, and handmade trinkets filled every corner. The woman sat by a table covered in papers and small carvings. "I hear you have questions," she said softly. I nodded, holding out the wooden whistle. "Harold sent me. I found this in the woods, and I have been hearing whistles at night ever since. I do not understand what is happening." She took the whistle gently, turning it over in her hands. "This belongs to the old ones," she said. "The spirits of the forest who watch and protect these mountains. They speak in whistles and leave signs for those who listen." She told me stories that stretched back centuries, about the relationship between humans and the forest spirits, about respect and caution, how the old ones would guide travelers away from danger or warn them when something was wrong. "But," she said with a serious look, "sometimes the forest grows restless. When people come who do not understand or respect, the old ones send warnings. Whistles to keep you away, stones to mark your place, They watch and wait. I listened, feeling a mix of awe and fear. It all made sense in a way that words rarely do. The whistles were not random, they were a language, and I had broken some unspoken rule by answering. She handed me a small bundle of dried sage and a feather. "Burn this when you camp," she said. "It will calm the spirits, show them you mean no harm, but do not expect it to keep you safe if you do not respect the woods." I thanked her and left, feeling the weight of her words pressing on me like the thick forest canopy. That night, back at my camp, I lit the sage and let the smoke curl through the air. The whistles came again, as they always did. This time, I did not respond. I sat quietly, watching the tree line, waiting for something. The night stretched on with only the occasional soft whistle echoing around me. I felt less alone, but not less watched. The next morning, I packed up, deciding it was time to leave the forest behind. I had learned enough, and I wanted to keep whatever peace I had found. But as I walked the trail back to my car, I found one last pile of stones, not carefully stacked this time, but scattered like a warning. Among them was a single folded sock, my sock. I stopped, heart pounding, and looked around. The forest was silent except for the wind moving through the leaves. No sign of the figure or any footsteps. I picked up the sock and tucked it into my pack. I was done answering whistles, done following stones, done trying to understand. The drive home was quiet. I kept checking my mirrors, half expecting to see someone watching me from the tree line. When I got back to my apartment, I threw my gear in the closet and tried to sleep. But the whistles never left. They haunted my dreams, echoed in empty rooms, whispered just beyond my hearing. I realized then that some things do not stay in the forest. They come with you. They wait. Sometimes, late at night, when the world is quiet, I still hear those whistles. 2 short notes, like a call I cannot ignore. And I wonder if I ever really left the woods behind. The days after I returned home were a strange mix of relief and unease. The forest was gone, but the memory of those whistles and stones clung to me like a shadow. I kept the wooden whistle on my desk, next to my phone and keys, as a reminder of what I had experienced, and maybe a warning of what I still could not escape. At work, I tried to focus, but my mind kept drifting back to the woods. My coworkers noticed. I was quieter than usual, distracted, and sometimes jumped at the smallest noises. I told myself I was just tired, maybe burnt out, but deep down I knew something had changed. One evening, a few weeks after my last trip, I was walking home from the grocery store. It was late, and the street lights cast long shadows on the sidewalks. I felt like someone was following me, but whenever I turned, no one was there. As I reached my apartment building, I heard it again, 2 short whistles, soft but clear, coming from the alley beside me. I froze. My heart raced, but I forced myself to move. I walked faster, my footsteps echoing on the pavement. The whistles came again, this time 3 quick calls. I did not look back. Inside my apartment, I locked the door and checked all the windows. Nothing, no sign of anyone or anything. I thought about calling the police, but who would believe me? Someone calling with whistles, telling stories about stones and socks left on the ground. It sounded crazy. That night, I barely slept. The whispers of the whistles played in my mind, echoing louder with each hour. In the following days, the whistles came more often. In the streets, outside my window, even over the phone. Sometimes they came with a shadow at the edge of my vision. I started carrying the wooden whistle everywhere, blowing into it when I heard the calls, hoping to respond correctly or at least make peace. One afternoon, I received a letter in my mailbox. No return address, no signature, just a single line written in shaky handwriting. Respect the forest, and it will respect you. I thought about everything the elder had said, the old ones, the spirits watching and guarding, how the forest wanted respect, not fear or defiance. I decided I had to do something, not just for myself, but for anyone who might follow that trail, who might hear those whistles and not know what to do. I reached out to local hiking clubs and wilderness groups. I shared my story and the warnings I had learned. Some people listened, others dismissed me. But a few thanked me, saying they had heard similar things or had felt something strange in those woods. I started volunteering with a trail maintenance group, helping keep the paths clear and safe. It felt good to be part of something, to give back to the forest in a small way. One day, I returned to the spot where I had found the wooden whistle. I placed it carefully on a flat stone near the clearing, wrapped in a cloth with some sage from the elder. I said a quiet thank you to the forest and the old ones, hoping it was enough. As I walked away, I heard the softest whistle, just one note this time, like a farewell. I smiled, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. Life returned to something close to normal. The whispers of the forest faded to a distant memory. The piles of stones stopped appearing. The folded socks never came back. I still carry a little fear and respect for the woods and their secrets, but I have learned that sometimes listening is the most important thing. If you ever find yourself camping alone in the mountains and you hear those whistles in the trees at night, remember this. Do not answer them. Respect the silence. Respect the forest. Because some calls are not invitations, they are warnings. And sometimes the forest is watching. We had only been in the new house for a few weeks when the drawing showed up. It was a quiet cul-de-sac in Birmingham, the kind of place where neighbors wave from their driveways and kids ride bikes until the streetlights flicker on. Our daughter Ellie had already made a few friends, and one of them was a boy named Callum. He lived 2 doors down and had a habit of sketching houses in the neighborhood. It was his thing. Every few days he would hand someone a crayon drawing of their home, complete with stick figures and smiling suns. It was sweet, really, a little odd maybe, but harmless. One afternoon, Ellie came home with a folded piece of paper. "Callum drew our house," she said, holding it out with a grin. I unfolded it, expecting the usual childlike scrawl, and it was, mostly. The red brick facade, the white door, the 2 front windows. Even the garden gnome we had inherited from the previous owners was there, standing sentinel by the walkway. But then I noticed the attic window. It was small, tucked beneath the sloping roof, and in the drawing it was shaded dark. Inside a figure stood, not a stick figure like the rest, but a tall, thin shape with glowing eyes. 2 bright circles staring out from the blackness. I frowned. "Ellie, did Callum say anything about this?" She shrugged. "He said it's the man who sleeps up there. He watches you." A chill ran down my spine. Our attic window doesn't face the street. It's on the side of the house overlooking the backyard. From the front, it's not visible at all. For Callum to draw it, he'd have to know what it looked like. He'd have to have seen it from inside. That night, I mentioned it to my husband, Mark. "Probably just his imagination," he said. trying to sound reassuring. Kids make stuff up all the time. Maybe, I replied, but the unease lingered. The next day, I decided to talk to Callum's mother, Sarah. We had exchanged pleasantries before, but this was the first time I approached her with concern. "Hi, Sarah," I began. "I wanted to ask you about Callum's drawings." She smiled warmly. "Oh yes, he's always been into art. Loves drawing houses." "I noticed he drew our attic window," I said carefully. "It's not visible from the street." Her smile faltered. "Well, he has a vivid imagination. Sometimes he adds things that aren't there." "Did he ever mention being inside our house?" She shook her head. "No, I don't think so. Why?" I hesitated. "He said there's a man who sleeps in our attic, that he watches us." Sarah's expression turned serious. "I'm sorry. That does sound unsettling. I'll talk to him." I thanked her and left, feeling no more at ease than before. That evening I decided to check the attic. The entrance was a pull-down ladder in the hallway ceiling. I climbed up, flashlight in hand, and pushed open the hatch. The attic was empty, just as we had left it. A few boxes, some old furniture, and a layer of dust covering everything. No signs of anyone living there. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Over the next few days I tried to put it out of my mind, but then strange things started happening. I would find the attic hatch slightly ajar, even though I was sure I had closed it. Items in the house seemed to move on their own. A book left on the coffee table would be on the floor the next morning. The kitchen light would be on when I was certain I had turned it off. One night I woke up to the sound of footsteps above us. Mark was asleep beside me, and Ellie was in her room. I held my breath, listening. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, moving across the attic floor. I nudged Mark awake. "Do you hear that?" He listened, then shook his head, probably the house settling. "No," I insisted, "it's footsteps." He sighed and got out of bed. "I'll check." I followed him to the hallway. He pulled down the ladder and climbed up, flashlight in hand. "Nothing up here," he called down after a few minutes. "Just the usual stuff." I still felt uneasy. The next morning, I found another drawing on our doorstep. It was of our house again, but this time, the figure in the attic window was larger, more detailed. The glowing eyes were more pronounced, and the figure's hand was pressed against the glass. I showed it to Mark. "This is getting creepy," he admitted. "Maybe we should install some cameras." We set up a security system, placing cameras around the house and one in the attic. That night, we monitored the feeds from our phones. Around 2 a.m, the attic camera picked up movement. A shadow passed across the screen, then disappeared. Mark grabbed a baseball bat and headed for the attic. I followed, heart pounding. He climbed up and shone the flashlight around. "Nothing," he said, but the camera picked up something. We reviewed the footage again. The shadow was there, unmistakable. We called the police. An officer arrived and inspected the attic. He found no signs of forced entry, no evidence of anyone living there. "Could be a glitch in the camera," he suggested. But we knew what we saw. The next day, I spoke to Sarah again. "Has Callum said anything else about the man in our attic?" She looked uncomfortable. "He mentioned that the man is sad. that he watches because he's lonely. I felt a shiver run through me. Does he say where he comes from? She hesitated. Callum says he was here before your family moved in. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about the figure in the attic, the glowing eyes, the sense of being watched. I decided to go up there one more time. I climbed the ladder, flashlight in hand, and looked around. In the corner, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A small, childlike drawing on the wall. It was of our house, with the attic window shaded dark, and inside the figure with glowing eyes. Beneath it, in a child's handwriting, were the words, "He watches because he's lonely." I stared at it, heart pounding. Who had drawn this? When? I climbed down and closed the hatch, making sure it was secure. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were not alone. The morning after discovering the drawing in the attic, I couldn't shake the unease that had settled in my chest. The figure with glowing eyes, the child's handwriting, "He watches because he's lonely," it all felt too deliberate, too personal. I decided to take a day off work to clear my head and perhaps find some rational explanation. I spent the morning researching the history of our house. The local library had archives of property records and old newspapers. I hoped to find anything that could shed light on the strange occurrences. The librarian, a kind elderly woman named Margaret, helped me navigate the dusty files. After hours of sifting through documents, I found a newspaper article from decades ago. It detailed a tragic incident. A man named Thomas lived in our house and was found dead in the attic. The article mentioned that he was a recluse, rarely seen by neighbors, and had no known family. The cause of death was listed as natural causes, but the circumstances were odd. He had been dead for weeks before anyone noticed. I felt a chill run down my spine. Could this be the man Callum referred to? The one who sleeps up there and watches us? I photocopied the article and took it home. That evening, I showed the article to Mark. He read it silently, his brow furrowed. "This is unsettling," he admitted, "but it was a long time ago. Maybe it's just a coincidence." "Maybe," I replied, though I wasn't convinced. We decided to talk to Callum again. Perhaps he knew more than he let on. The next day, we invited him over for some lemonade and biscuits. He arrived, cheerful as ever, clutching his sketch pad. "Callum," I began gently, "can you tell us more about the man in the attic?" He looked up, his expression serious. "He's always there. He watches because he's lonely." "How do you know he's there?" Mark asked. Callum shrugged. "He told me." Mark and I exchanged glances. "He spoke to you?" Callum nodded. "In my dreams. He says he used to live here and misses it." I felt a lump form in my throat. Did he say his name? Callum thought for a moment. "Thomas." That was the name from the article. I felt the blood drain from my face. "Thank you, Callum," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "That's very helpful." After Callum left, Mark and I sat in silence. "This is getting too strange," he said finally. "Maybe we should have the house blessed or something." I nodded. "It's worth a try." We contacted a local priest, Father Andrew, who agreed to come by the next day. He arrived with a calm demeanor and listened patiently as we recounted the events. "I've dealt with similar situations," he said. Sometimes spirits linger due to unresolved matters. A blessing might help. He walked through the house, sprinkling holy water and reciting prayers. When he reached the attic, he paused. "This place feels heavy," he murmured, "as if someone is still holding on." He performed a more thorough blessing in the attic, then turned to us. "I suggest you speak to him," he said. "Let him know it's time to move on." That night, I stood in the attic, heart pounding. "Thomas," I said aloud, "I know you used to live here, but it's time to rest. You don't have to watch over us anymore." The air felt still, almost expectant. I waited, but nothing happened. Over the next few days, the strange occurrences ceased. The attic hatch remained closed, and there were no more drawings. I began to relax, thinking perhaps the blessing had worked. Then, one morning, I found a new drawing on our doorstep. It was our house again, but this time the figure in the attic was smiling. The glowing eyes were softer, and beneath the drawing were the words, "Thank you." I showed it to Mark, who smiled. "Maybe he just needed to be acknowledged," he said. I nodded, feeling a sense of peace. From that day on, there were no more disturbances. The house felt lighter, more welcoming. Callum continued to draw, but his sketches were now of gardens and sunny days. Life returned to normal, and I often thought of Thomas, hoping he had found the rest he deserved. After the blessing, things seemed to settle. The house felt lighter, and the oppressive atmosphere that had lingered since we moved in began to dissipate. Mark and I started to relax, believing that perhaps the spirit of Thomas had finally found peace. Ellie returned to her cheerful self, and even Callum's drawings took on a more vibrant tone, depicting sunny days and playful scenes. But peace, as we soon discovered, was fleeting. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a concerned expression. "Mom," she said, "Callum gave me another drawing today." I dried my hands and took the paper from her. It was our house again, but this time the figure in the attic window was different. The glowing eyes were gone, replaced by a dark, featureless silhouette. Beneath the drawing, in Callum's neat handwriting, were the words, "He's not alone." A chill ran down my spine. "Did Callum say anything else?" I asked. Ellie nodded. "He said the man has a friend now, someone who doesn't like us." That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept replaying Callum's words in my mind. Who was this new presence, and why did it feel so menacing? The next morning, I decided to speak with Sarah again. She greeted me warmly, but her smile faded when I mentioned the new drawing. "Callum's been having nightmares," she admitted. "He talks in his sleep, says things about shadows and whispers. I've been meaning to talk to you about it." I shared my concerns, and we agreed to keep a closer eye on the children. Days passed, and the atmosphere in our home grew tense once more. Strange occurrences resumed. Objects moved on their own, cold spots appeared in rooms, and the unsettling feeling of being watched returned. One afternoon, while cleaning the attic, I discovered something peculiar. Hidden beneath a loose floorboard was an old dusty journal. Its pages were yellowed with age, and the handwriting was elegant and precise. As I flipped through the pages, I realized it belonged to Thomas. He wrote about his loneliness, his longing for companionship, and his belief that the house was alive, watching him. But towards the end, the entries took a darker turn. He mentioned a presence, a shadow that whispered to him, urging him to do unspeakable things. I felt a knot form in my stomach. That evening I shared the journal with Mark. He read it silently, his brow furrowed. "This shadow," he said, "it might be what's causing all of this." We decided to consult Father Andrew again. He listened intently as we recounted the recent events and examined the journal. "This is troubling," he said. "It seems Thomas wasn't just haunted by loneliness, but by something malevolent, a dark entity that may still reside in your home." He suggested a more thorough cleansing of the house, one that would require preparation and spiritual fortitude. In the days leading up to the cleansing, the disturbances intensified. Ellie began sleepwalking, often found standing beneath the attic hatch, staring upward. Mark started experiencing vivid nightmares, waking up drenched in sweat and gasping for air. The night before the cleansing, I awoke to a faint whispering. I followed the sound to the attic, where I found the hatch slightly ajar. Summoning my courage, I climbed the ladder and peeked inside. The attic was dark, but in the corner I saw two figures. One was the familiar silhouette of Thomas, his form faint and translucent. The other was a darker, more solid shadow, its presence oppressive and cold. They turned to face me, and I felt a wave of fear wash over me. The dark figure stepped forward, and I quickly retreated, slamming the hatch shut. The next day, Father Andrew arrived with two fellow priests. They conducted a thorough cleansing, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water in every room. The atmosphere grew tense, and at one point, a loud crash echoed from the attic. After the ritual, Father Andrew approached us. "The dark presence has been weakened," he said, "but it's not gone. It feeds on fear and negativity. You must remain vigilant and keep your home filled with light and love." We took his advice to heart. We filled our home with laughter, music, and warmth. We spent more time together as a family, creating positive memories to counteract the darkness. Over time, the disturbances lessened. Callum's drawings returned to their cheerful nature, and the oppressive atmosphere lifted. But every so often, I catch a glimpse of a shadow in the corner of my eye, or hear a faint whisper in the night. I know the darkness still lingers, waiting for a moment of weakness. And so, we remain vigilant, determined to protect our home and each other from the shadows that dwell within. The days following the second cleansing were quiet, almost unnaturally so. The house felt still, as if it were holding its breath. Mark and I tried to resume our normal routines, but a lingering unease clung to us. Ellie, however, seemed unaffected, her laughter echoing through the halls as she played with her toys. One afternoon, as I was tidying up the living room, I noticed a new drawing pinned to the refrigerator. It was another of Callum's creations, depicting our house once more. But this time the attic window was empty. No figures, no glowing eyes, just a blank pane of glass. Beneath the drawing, in Callum's neat handwriting, were the words, "He left." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Perhaps the second cleansing had worked. Maybe Thomas had finally found peace. That evening I decided to bake a batch of cookies and invite Sarah and Callum over for tea. As we sat around the kitchen table, the children playing nearby, I brought up the drawing. "Callum said the man left," I mentioned, trying to sound casual. Sarah nodded. "Yes, he told me the same," said the man found a new home. "A new home?" I asked, puzzled. She hesitated. "He said the man moved into someone else's attic. I felt a chill run down my spine. Did he say whose? Sarah shook her head. No, just that it was someone nearby. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, but I couldn't shake the unease that settled over me. That night, as I lay in bed, I stared at the ceiling, wondering who the new occupant of the attic might be. The following morning, I received a call from our neighbor, Mrs. Thompson. She sounded distressed. "Have you noticed anything strange lately?" she asked. I hesitated. "What do you mean?" "Odd noises, things moving on their own. My attic light keeps flickering, and I swear I hear footsteps up there at night." A knot formed in my stomach. "Have you checked the attic?" "Yes, but there's nothing there. Just old boxes and dust." I considered telling her about Thomas, but decided against it. Instead, I suggested she have her house blessed, just in case. Over the next few days, more neighbors reported similar occurrences: flickering lights, unexplained noises, and a general sense of unease. It seemed the presence had indeed moved on, but not far. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a concerned expression. "Mom, Callum gave me another drawing." I took the paper from her and unfolded it. It was our street, each house meticulously drawn. In the attic window of each house, a small, dark figure stood. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He visits everyone now." I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. The presence hadn't just moved, it was spreading. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in the living room, the lights on, listening for any unusual sounds. Around midnight, I heard a faint creaking noise coming from the attic. I held my breath, straining to hear more. The creaking continued, slow and deliberate. I woke Mark, and together we climbed the ladder to the attic. The space was empty, just as before, but the air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. We decided to consult Father Andrew once more. He arrived the next day, concern etched on his face. "This is unusual," he admitted. "Spirits don't typically move from house to house like this." "Is there anything we can do?" I asked. He nodded. "We can perform a neighborhood cleansing, but it will require the participation of all the residents." We spent the next few days speaking with our neighbors, explaining the situation as delicately as possible. Some were skeptical, others frightened, but eventually everyone agreed to participate. On the appointed day, Father Andrew led the cleansing, moving from house to house, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water. The atmosphere was tense, but hopeful. After the ritual, the neighborhood felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted. The strange occurrences ceased, and life slowly returned to normal. Weeks passed without incident. Ellie and Callum continued to play together, their laughter a comforting sound. The drawing stopped, and the attic remained quiet. One sunny afternoon, as I was tending to the garden, Callum approached me. "Mrs. Harper," he said, "I have something for you." He handed me a drawing, this one different from the others. It depicted our house bathed in sunlight, flowers blooming in the garden, and no figure in the attic window. Beneath the drawing were the words, "Peace." I smiled, tears welling in my eyes. "Thank you, Callum." As he ran off to play with Ellie, I looked up at the attic window. For the first time in weeks, I felt truly at ease. But deep down, I knew that peace could be fragile, and sometimes the past has a way of returning when you least expect it. The days following the neighborhood cleansing were filled with a cautious optimism. The air felt lighter, and the oppressive atmosphere that had once clung to our homes seemed to have dissipated. Children played outside without fear, and neighbors greeted each other with genuine smiles. It was as if a collective weight had been lifted from our shoulders. However, beneath the surface, a lingering unease remained. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was still watching, waiting. The silence felt too complete, too artificial. It was the kind of quiet that precedes a storm. One evening, as I was preparing dinner, Ellie approached me with a drawing in her hand. Her expression was unreadable, a mix of curiosity and apprehension. "Mom," she said softly, "Callum gave me this today." I took the paper from her and unfolded it. It was our house again, meticulously drawn with crayon, but this time the attic window was different. Instead of a figure, there was a swirling mass of darkness, as if the crayon had been pressed harder, the strokes more frantic. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He's changing." A chill ran down my spine. I looked at Ellie, who was watching me intently. "Did Callum say anything else?" I asked. She nodded. "He said the man isn't the same anymore. He's angrier." That night, I found it difficult to sleep. The house was silent, but every creak and groan felt amplified. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with thoughts of the drawing and Callum's ominous words. Around midnight, I heard a faint scratching sound coming from the attic. I held my breath, straining to listen. The scratching continued, rhythmic and deliberate. I nudged Mark awake. "Do you hear that?" I whispered. He listened for a moment before nodding. "It's probably just a mouse or something." But I wasn't convinced. The sound was too deliberate, too intentional. The next morning I decided to investigate. I climbed the ladder to the attic, flashlight in hand. The space was as we had left it, dusty boxes, old furniture, and cobwebs. But in the corner, near the window, I noticed something new. There were deep scratch marks on the wooden floor, as if someone or something had been clawing at it. The marks were fresh, the wood splintered and raw. I backed away slowly, my heart pounding. I needed answers. I reached out to Father Andrew once more. He arrived later that day, his expression grave as I showed him the drawing and the scratch marks. "This is concerning," he said. "It seems the presence hasn't left. If anything, it's growing stronger." He suggested another cleansing, this time focusing solely on our house. That evening, he performed the ritual, reciting prayers and sprinkling holy water in every room. The atmosphere felt tense, the air thick with anticipation. As he concluded the ceremony, a loud bang echoed from the attic. We rushed upstairs, but the space was empty. The scratch marks, however, had multiplied, covering the floor in chaotic patterns. Father Andrew looked at me, his eyes filled with concern. "This entity is feeding on fear. We need to remain strong." In the days that followed, the disturbances escalated. Lights flickered, objects moved on their own, and the oppressive feeling returned with a vengeance. Ellie began having nightmares, waking up screaming about the man in the attic. One night, I awoke to find her standing at the foot of our bed, her eyes wide with terror. "He's here," she whispered. "He's in the house." I jumped out of bed and checked every room, but there was no sign of an intruder. Still, the feeling of being watched was undeniable. Desperate for a solution, I began researching the history of our home. I discovered that before Thomas, the house had been owned by a man named Harold, who had mysteriously disappeared. Neighbors at the time spoke of strange occurrences and a sense of dread that permeated the property. It seemed our home had a long history of darkness. Determined to protect my family, I decided to confront the entity directly. That night, I climbed into the attic alone, flashlight in hand. "Whoever you are," I said aloud, "you are not welcome here. This is our home now, and we will not live in fear." The air grew colder, and a low growl echoed through the space. I stood my ground, repeating the words until the growling ceased. As I descended the ladder, I felt a sense of resolve. I would not let this entity control our lives. The following morning, Ellie handed me another drawing. This one depicted our family standing together, holding hands with the house in the background. The attic window was empty. Beneath the drawing were the words, "He knows you're not afraid." I smiled, tears welling in my eyes. Perhaps by facing our fear, we had weakened the entity's hold. But deep down, I knew the battle wasn't over. The darkness still lingered, waiting for an opportunity to return. We really have no idea what is going on, but I'll come back here and post if anything else happens. Please pray for us. It was a regular evening in Rochester, the kind that feels calm and safe in a way you don't always notice until something shakes it up. I had been home for a few hours after work, just winding down with some late-night TV. The house was quiet except for the soft buzz of the television and the occasional distant sound of cars driving by on the street outside. The windows were open just a crack, letting in the cool night air that carried a faint scent of damp pavement and cut grass. It was one of those moments where everything seems perfectly still, and you don't expect anything out of the ordinary to happen. But then I noticed her. At first, she was just a silhouette under the street lamp, a woman slowly walking down the sidewalk. I thought maybe she was just taking a walk or looking for something. It was late, but the neighborhood was usually pretty safe, so I didn't think twice about it. But then I saw what she did next, and it pulled me right out of my relaxed state. She stopped at the first house on the block and reached out her hand. Her movements were slow, deliberate, and almost too gentle. She tried the doorknob. Just a twist, a soft test, nothing aggressive or forceful. Then she moved on to the next house, repeating the same thing. Door after door, she stopped and tested each knob quietly and patiently. It wasn't frantic or panicked. It was methodical, almost calm. It was the kind of behavior that would be harmless if it were someone who lived there and had just forgotten their keys. But this woman clearly didn't belong here. She was unfamiliar to the neighborhood, and no one I knew had ever seen her before. I couldn't stop watching. She made her way down the street, stopping at every house, her hand moving slowly over the cold metal of each doorknob. There was something deeply unsettling about the way she did it, like she expected the doors to open just for her, as if she had a right to enter. It was as if she was searching for something or someone. She never knocked or called out. She didn't peer in the windows or try the windows themselves, just the doorknobs. The image stuck with me, this quiet figure testing each entryway with a calmness that didn't fit the situation. When she finally reached my house, I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. She stood there for what seemed like an eternity, not moving, just staring at the door as if it held some secret she was waiting to uncover. Then she slowly raised her hand and reached for my doorknob. My heart hammered in my chest. I wasn't sure what to do. Should I call out to her? Should I call the police? Part of me wanted to believe she was harmless, maybe lost or confused, but another part screamed at me to be careful. I grabbed my phone and dialed the police, keeping the line open while I whispered a description of the woman and what I was seeing. The minutes stretched on as she lingered at my door, her fingers brushing the cold metal repeatedly. At one point, she stepped back onto the sidewalk and looked around, her expression hard to read, but her eyes glinting in the streetlight. I thought maybe she was going to leave, but then she came back, almost as if drawn magnetically to my front door. I stayed glued to the window, phone in hand, watching her every move. The police said they would send someone right away, but it took nearly 45 minutes for officers to arrive. I don't know if it was just the nature of the call or the time of night, but those minutes felt like hours. During that time, the woman paced the sidewalk in front of my house, muttering quietly. I couldn't catch the words at first, but then I heard her whisper clearly, "Let me in. I'm already home." The words froze me. There was something in her voice that wasn't quite right. Soft but insistent, like a broken plea or a fractured memory. When the police finally got there, they approached her cautiously. She didn't resist or speak to them, just stared blankly, barefoot and disheveled. They asked for identification, but she had none. No ID, no wallet, no phone. Just her pale, worn clothes and that haunting look in her eyes. They took her away quietly, but no one ever came forward to claim her or explain who she was. The whole incident shook me. The neighborhood felt different after that night, as if the normal calm had been pierced by something unknown and unwelcome. My neighbors and I talked about it for weeks, trying to make sense of what we had seen. Some thought she might have been mentally ill or disoriented. Others whispered darker theories, a drugged or kidnapped person left to wander, or something even more unsettling that no one wanted to admit. The doorbell camera on my neighbor's house recorded the entire event. Watching the footage later, the image of the woman standing outside my door, whispering those chilling words, felt like a message from somewhere else. I still can't explain who she was or what she wanted, but her presence left an impression that refuses to fade. Even now, when I walk down my street at night, I remember that woman, the way she moved slowly, methodically, as if the houses were pieces of a puzzle she was trying to solve. It's a reminder that sometimes, even in the places we think we know best, there are stories we never hear, shadows we never see, and mysteries that no one wants to explain. The night the police finally arrived, the tension in the air was thick and almost unbearable. I had been watching from my window, the woman still lingering near my front door, her movements slow and deliberate, whispering to herself. I could tell she was unsettled, as if caught between somewhere she didn't fully understand and a place she desperately wanted to be. When the flashing lights of the squad cars pulled up, I felt a rush of relief mixed with curiosity and something else I could not quite name. What would happen next? Who was she? And why had she been here for so long? The officers moved cautiously as they approached her. She didn't resist, but looked at them with eyes that held a strange emptiness and pain. They asked if she had any identification, or if she could tell them who she was. She only whispered again, "I'm already home," in the same soft, haunting voice I had heard for nearly an hour. The officers exchanged glances, unsure what to do. One radioed for backup while the other tried to engage her more gently. I watched, frozen, as she was carefully escorted to the patrol car, still barefoot, still without a word beyond those chilling few. That night, my neighbors and I gathered outside, drawn by the flashing lights and the eerie silence that followed. People exchanged stories and theories, none of which made the situation feel any less strange or unsettling. Some suggested she might be mentally ill, others whispered about drugs or human trafficking. The police admitted they did not have immediate answers, but they promised to investigate. Still, no one could say where she had come from or why she had chosen this street and these doors. The next few days brought a strange mix of unease and curiosity. The police didn't release much information, and my neighbors grew quieter, almost reluctant to talk about what had happened. It was as if the woman's presence had stirred something uncomfortable, something people wanted to forget. But for me, the memory stayed vivid, the way she moved, the way she whispered, and especially the words she repeated, "Let me in, I'm already home." I began to think about those words more deeply. What did she mean? How could someone be standing outside my door, asking to be let in, while claiming they were already home? It sounded like a plea, but also like a confession, a fragmented expression of someone trapped in a reality that didn't quite fit. I couldn't shake the feeling that her story was tied to something larger, something I was only glimpsing. The footage from my neighbor's doorbell camera became a point of focus. Watching the video again and again, I noticed small details I had missed the first time, the way her eyes darted nervously, the way her hands trembled when she reached for the doorknob. She looked exhausted and scared, a ghost of someone who had been through something terrible. And yet, there was something else too, a strange kind of calm in the way she moved, as if she had given up fighting and surrendered to whatever fate had brought her here. I started talking to people in the neighborhood, hoping to find someone who might recognize her or offer a clue. No one did. No missing person reports matched her description. No one had seen her before that night. It was as if she had appeared out of nowhere, and just as mysteriously, she vanished after the police took her away. It felt like a story without an ending, a mystery that was never meant to be solved. The whole event left me thinking about the fragility of safety and the thin line between familiarity and fear. I had always felt comfortable in my neighborhood, a place where neighbors waved hello and looked out for each other. But that night reminded me how easily that sense of security can be shaken by something unknown. It was a sobering thought, knowing that someone could wander my street, test my door, whisper unsettling words, and disappear without explanation. Days turned into weeks, and the neighborhood slowly returned to its usual rhythm. The quiet nights came back, the routine sounds of cars and distant sirens filling the air. But I found myself looking out the window more often, watching for anything unusual. Sometimes I thought I saw a shadow flicker at the edge of the street, or heard a faint whisper carried on the wind. I wondered if the woman had left something behind, a question, a warning, or a cry for help that no one had understood. The experience also made me more aware of how easily people can become invisible in the midst of everyday life. Who was she? What had led her here, barefoot and lost, whispering as if she belonged to a place that wasn't on any map? Was she a victim of circumstance, a person who had slipped through the cracks, or was there something darker that no one dared to say out loud? These questions haunted me, unanswered but persistent. I talked to friends and family about what happened, and while some dismissed it as a weird one-time incident, others shared their own stories of strange encounters and unexplained moments. It became clear that everyone carries fragments of mystery in their lives, pieces that don't fit neatly into the story we tell ourselves. Maybe that's why the woman's presence stayed with me, because she represented the unknown parts of life, the things we see but cannot fully grasp. The police never released details about what happened to her after they took her away. I found out she was taken to a local hospital for evaluation, but beyond that, the trail went cold. No one claimed her, no reports matched her description, and she never returned. It was like she had been a ghost walking the streets, a reminder that sometimes people disappear not just physically, but from all the systems designed to keep us safe. The night she came to my door changed the way I see the world. It made me realize how fragile our sense of home and safety can be, and how important it is to notice the people around us, those who might be struggling silently, those who might be reaching out in ways we don't immediately understand. It reminded me that sometimes a whisper and a gentle touch on a doorknob can be a cry for help, a plea to be seen and heard. Since then, I have tried to be more aware, more compassionate. I check on neighbors more often, listen to the stories people share, and try to remember that everyone has a story, even if it's hidden behind a quiet knock or a whispered word. The woman who walked my street that night may never have found her way, but her presence left a mark, a reminder that sometimes the most important thing we can do is pay attention. And though the street has returned to its usual calm, I still feel the weight of that night. It lingers in the quiet moments when the world seems still, in the spaces between the sounds of the city, and in the memories that don't fade. The woman who tried every door on my street may have vanished, but the questions she raised remain, echoing like soft footsteps in the night. The days after the incident unfolded in a strange sort of haze for me. Life kept moving the usual errands, work, and quiet nights, but the memory of that woman, her quiet testing of every doorknob on my street, lingered like a shadow I could not shake. It was as if the night had opened a door, not just physically, but in my mind, revealing how fragile the world could be beneath its familiar surface. I found myself watching the street from my window more often, looking for signs of anything out of the ordinary. But the neighborhood had settled back into its peaceful rhythm, with nothing unusual except the echo of unanswered questions. I kept replaying the moment she stood outside my door, whispering those haunting words, "Let me in, I'm already home." There was a weight to them that I could not quite understand. It felt like a desperate plea wrapped in a riddle, a message from someone trapped between worlds or realities. Was she truly lost? Or was she somewhere else entirely, caught in a state of confusion or despair? The phrase made me think of people who lose their sense of belonging, those who wander without a place to call their own. It struck a chord deep inside me. Neighbors who had heard about the incident were hesitant to talk much. It was one of those things people didn't know how to process or explain. Some suggested she might have been mentally ill, wandering in a confused state. Others worried about the possibility of something darker, abduction, drug abuse, or a crime hidden beneath the surface of normal life. No one had clear answers, and that ambiguity made the story stick around in the community's collective mind. It became a shared mystery that no one quite dared to solve. The local police provided little information beyond the initial response. They confirmed that the woman had been taken for medical evaluation but refused to disclose her condition or what had happened afterward. I tried following up, hoping to learn more or offer help if she was still out there somewhere, but the trail went cold. It was as if she had slipped through the cracks, disappearing not just from my street, but from all the systems meant to protect her. That thought unsettled me more than anything else, the idea that someone so close could vanish without a trace or explanation. I started thinking about the people we overlook every day, the ones who pass by quietly, who don't fit neatly into our comfortable routines. What had brought her here? Was she trying to get back to a place she once knew, or was she searching for a new sense of belonging? The fact that she tested so many doors made me wonder if she was desperate, looking for a refuge or a connection. That kind of loneliness, that kind of desperation, is hard to imagine but impossible to ignore once you've witnessed it. That experience changed the way I interact with my neighbors and my community. I became more attentive, more willing to listen to the small signs that something might be wrong. I realized that sometimes the quiet moments, the hesitation in a smile, the trembling hands, the whispered words, are cries for help that go unnoticed. The woman on my street reminded me that being seen and heard can make all the difference. I spoke with a few local outreach workers and mental health advocates, hoping to understand what might have happened and how people in vulnerable situations could be better supported. They told me stories of people who fall through the cracks, those struggling with mental illness, addiction, or trauma who sometimes disappear into the shadows. Many of them wander, confused and frightened, searching for safety in places that offer none. It was heartbreaking, but also enlightening to learn how complex and fragile the systems are that are supposed to catch them. At the same time, the story of that night took on a life of its own in the neighborhood. It was shared quietly at block parties, mentioned in hushed tones at coffee shops, and passed on as a cautionary tale about staying aware. But beyond that, it also became a reminder of compassion and vigilance. We don't always know what people are facing, and sometimes all it takes is a moment of kindness or attention to make a difference. I found myself thinking a lot about the woman's whisper, "I'm already home." Those words haunted me because they seemed to hint at a deeper truth. That sometimes people feel lost not just in place but in identity and belonging. They wander through life, testing doors and hoping to find a space where they are accepted, where they can feel safe and at peace. That phrase became a symbol of that struggle, a quiet reminder of how important it is to see people fully and offer them sanctuary in whatever way we can. The incident also raised questions about safety and community. How do we protect our neighborhoods without turning away those who need help? How do we balance vigilance with compassion? The woman's quiet presence forced me to grapple with these difficult questions, to think beyond the surface and consider the unseen struggles that might be happening just steps from my front door. In the months since, I've made small changes in my daily life. I check in with neighbors more often, especially those who live alone or might be vulnerable. I volunteer with local support groups when I can, trying to be part of the solution rather than just a bystander. The memory of that night drives me to be more present, more engaged, and more empathetic. Despite the lack of answers, the experience has given me a deeper understanding of human fragility and resilience. It showed me how thin the line can be between safety and vulnerability, belonging and isolation. The woman who walked my street that night may have disappeared from view, but her story remains a powerful reminder of the unseen lives around us. At times, I still catch myself watching the street, half expecting to see her figure return, testing doors quietly under the street lamp. The image is seared into my memory, the gentle touch on cold metal, the whispered plea, the barefoot woman who seemed both lost and strangely at home. It is a story I carry with me, one that has shaped the way I see the world and the people in it. The night she came to my door was more than an odd event. It was a call to pay attention, to listen to the quiet voices, and to remember that safety and home mean more than locks and walls. They mean connection, understanding, and compassion. And though the woman is gone, the questions she left behind still echo softly down the street, reminding me that sometimes the most important doors to open are the ones in our hearts. The nights after the woman disappeared from my street felt different, quieter, but with an undercurrent of something unresolved. I kept thinking about her, the way she moved slowly from door to door, her gentle touch on the cold doorknobs, and the haunting whisper that slipped through the darkness, "Let me in." I'm already home. Those words seemed to hang in the air, refusing to fade no matter how hard I tried to push them away. They became a puzzle I couldn't stop trying to solve, a mystery wrapped in sadness and confusion. Life went on around me, the rhythms of work, family, and daily routines pulling me forward. But every time I walked outside or looked out the window at the familiar street, I felt her presence again. It was as if the neighborhood had absorbed her story, carrying it quietly beneath the surface like a secret that everyone sensed, but no one wanted to speak aloud. The houses, the street lamps, the cracked sidewalks, all seemed to remember that strange night when a barefoot woman tested every door, searching for a place she could call home. I found myself drawn to learning more about the challenges people like her face. I reached out to local organizations that worked with homeless individuals, people struggling with mental health issues, and those trying to rebuild their lives after trauma. Their stories were often heartbreaking, filled with moments of kindness and cruelty, hope and despair. It became clear to me that the woman who walked my street might have been someone caught in one of those painful stories, someone whose voice was muffled by circumstance, who wandered without a clear path or support. The more I learned, the more I realized how fragile the systems designed to protect vulnerable people really are. Sometimes all it takes is a few moments of attention or a simple act of kindness to change a life. I wondered if that woman had encountered any of those moments before she came to my street, or if she had slipped through unnoticed, left to wander alone in the cold night. I began to think about what it means to be seen and heard. How often do we walk past people who are struggling, wrapped in their own pain or confusion, without noticing? How many whispers go unheard? The woman's quiet plea to be let in struck me as both a literal request and a metaphor for human connection, the need to be accepted, to belong, and to find safety in a world that often feels unwelcoming. The police investigation seemed to stall, and no further information came to light. The woman was never identified or located after that night. It was as if she had been a shadow passing through, touching the edges of our lives and then disappearing without explanation. That unresolved ending left a lingering discomfort, a sense that the story was unfinished. I talked more with neighbors, sharing what little I knew and listening to their feelings about the event. Many expressed relief that the woman was gone, but others felt unsettled by the mystery. The experience opened up conversations about community, safety, and the responsibility we all share to look out for one another. It was a difficult but necessary dialogue, one that challenged assumptions and encouraged empathy. In my own home, I became more vigilant. I started locking doors and windows carefully, but I also made a point to greet neighbors and check in with those who lived alone. Small gestures, but they felt important in a way I hadn't realized before. The memory of that woman on my doorstep reminded me that behind every door is a story, and sometimes that story includes struggle, loss, and a search for belonging. I thought about the phrase she whispered again and again, "I'm already home." It was paradoxical and poignant, suggesting a person caught between worlds or identities. Perhaps she had lost her place in the world, or maybe she was carrying invisible wounds that made it hard to feel safe anywhere. The words felt like a call for recognition, a cry to be accepted as part of something, even when everything else felt lost. The event also deepened my understanding of fear and compassion. It's easy to fear the unknown, to close doors and turn away from what we don't understand. But that night reminded me that fear is often rooted in misunderstanding, and that compassion requires effort and courage. It challenged me to be more open, more willing to see beyond appearances and respond with kindness. As time passed, the street returned to its usual calm, but the echoes of that night stayed with me. I still find myself glancing toward the door, wondering what might have happened if I had opened it, if someone had spoken to her, or if she had found the refuge she was looking for. Those thoughts are bittersweet, filled with regret, but also hope that the experience might inspire others to pay attention to the quiet signs around them. The woman who walked my street barefoot, whispering to doors and searching for a place to belong, became more than a moment of fear or confusion. She became a symbol of the hidden struggles many face, a reminder of the power of presence and the importance of community. Her story, though unresolved, taught me about vulnerability and strength, about the unseen battles fought every day. Even now, when the night is still and the world seems paused, I hear the soft echo of footsteps in my mind, the gentle testing of a doorknob, the whispered words that ask for entry, and the silent hope that someone will listen. It is a haunting, yes, but also a call to wakefulness, a reminder that home is not just a place, but a feeling we give to each other through care, understanding, and connection. In the end, the woman who tried every door on my street left a mark not just on the neighborhood, but on my heart. Her presence challenged me to see more deeply, to act with greater compassion, and to remember that sometimes the most important doors we open are those we hold within ourselves. The street remains peaceful, but the story continues, a quiet ripple in the fabric of everyday life that asks us to be kinder, more aware, and more present to those who need it most. The weeks and months following that strange night settled into a rhythm that felt both familiar and new. Life carried on, but the memory of the barefoot woman who had wandered down my street, testing every door, lingered like a shadow at the edges of my thoughts. I found myself thinking about her often, wondering about her story, and trying to make sense of what had happened. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that this incident had opened my eyes to the fragility of our sense of safety and the complexity of human need. I began to see the world differently, the neighborhoods I walked through, the people I passed by, the stories I heard on the news. All of it felt more interconnected and urgent. It was no longer enough to just go through the motions and assume that everything was fine. I became more aware of the struggles that many people face quietly and invisibly. The woman on my street was a stark reminder that homelessness, mental health issues, and vulnerability are realities that can touch anyone, anywhere. I reached out to local organizations working to help people experiencing homelessness and mental illness. I volunteered some time and donated to causes that supported safe housing and mental health care. Talking with people who dedicated their lives to helping those in need gave me a new perspective on how difficult and complex these issues are. I learned about the many barriers that prevent people from getting the support they deserve: lack of affordable housing, stigma, inadequate health care, and systemic failures that leave people isolated. The story of the woman who whispered, "Let me in, I'm already home," stayed with me. Those words haunted me because they spoke to a deep human truth: the longing for belonging, for a place where we feel safe and accepted. I thought about how many people wander through life feeling disconnected, searching for a home in the literal sense, but also in the emotional and spiritual sense. It made me reflect on my own life, my own connections, and how important it is to nurture a sense of community. As the seasons changed, the neighborhood slowly returned to its usual quiet. The police never found out who she was or where she came from, and the case faded into local rumor and memory. But for me, it was a turning point. I began to see the importance of small acts of kindness: checking in on a neighbor, offering a smile or a listening ear, supporting local shelters. These things felt like building blocks for a stronger, more compassionate community. At the same time, I struggled with the unanswered questions. What had happened to her after the police took her away? Did she find help or slip further into despair? I often wondered if she ever found a place where she truly belonged, or if she remained lost, wandering the streets of some other city or town. The thought was both painful and sobering. I also thought about the way the neighborhood had reacted: the mixture of fear, confusion, and sympathy. It was a reflection of how communities grapple with the unknown and the uncomfortable. People want to feel safe, but safety sometimes means shutting out those who do not fit the norm. The woman's presence challenged those boundaries, forcing us to confront our assumptions and biases. That night changed my understanding of what it means to belong and to be human. It showed me that the boundaries we draw between safe and unsafe, known and unknown, are often fragile and porous. It reminded me that people carry their struggles with them, sometimes invisibly, and that a little awareness can go a long way. In my personal life, I became more intentional about connection. I reached out to old friends, built new relationships, and tried to be more present with those around me. The experience taught me the value of presence, the simple act of being there, listening, and acknowledging someone's existence and pain. Sometimes, when the night is still and quiet, I find myself thinking about the woman who walked my street barefoot. I imagine her standing under the street lamp, testing the doorknobs, whispering those words that seem so full of longing. I wonder if she ever found a door that opened for her, a place she could call home. Her story, though unfinished, became a symbol for me, a reminder that behind every face is a story, behind every door is a life, and that the world is full of people searching for connection, safety, and acceptance. It challenged me to see beyond appearances and to approach the world with more empathy. The neighborhood has moved on, as neighborhoods do. New faces appear, seasons change, and the rhythm of life continues. But the memory of that night remains, a quiet echo that calls me to remember the importance of kindness and the power of community. I often think about how fragile our sense of normalcy is and how quickly it can be disrupted by something unexpected. The woman who tested every door reminded me that safety is not just about locks and fences. It is about the connections we build with each other and the compassion we show to those who are struggling. In the end, the experience was a lesson in humility and humanity. It taught me to be more aware of the unseen struggles that surround us, and to remember that sometimes the most important thing we can do is open our hearts and our doors to those in need. And though the woman who walked my street that night remains a mystery, her presence changed me. It became a part of my story and a call to live with greater kindness, presence, and awareness. After everything that had happened, I spent a long time reflecting on what it all meant. Not just the night the woman walked down my street barefoot, testing every door, but the ripples her presence left behind. It wasn't just an isolated moment of unease. It was a window into something much larger about human vulnerability, belonging, and the fragility of the invisible safety nets we all rely on. I found myself thinking about her often, not as a stranger or a ghostly figure from a cold night, but as a symbol of the countless people who feel lost, disconnected, or desperate to find a place they can call home. In the months following that night, I made a conscious effort to change. I started volunteering with local organizations that work to help the homeless and those struggling with mental illness. It felt like the right thing to do, a way to turn a disturbing experience into something meaningful. Listening to the stories of the people I met there, I realized that many had faced the same kind of isolation and despair that the woman on my street seemed to embody. Some had families who had given up on them, others had lost everything in a series of bad breaks, and some had never had a safe place to begin with. Hearing these stories deepened my empathy and made the phrase she whispered all the more poignant. "Let me in, I'm already home." It was a cry that went beyond the literal doors she tested that night. It was a yearning for acceptance, safety, and recognition that many people carry quietly inside. It made me question how often we overlook or dismiss those who seem out of place or in distress. How many people are walking around feeling like they have no home, no refuge, no one to turn to? I kept in touch with my neighbors, sharing what I had learned and encouraging conversations about how to support each other better. The neighborhood, once shaken by fear and uncertainty, began to feel more connected. People looked out for one another in small but meaningful ways, checking in on elderly neighbors, sharing information about local resources, and creating informal networks of support. The woman's presence had inadvertently sparked a community awakening, reminding us all of the importance of compassion. The police investigation, while never revealing much about her identity or fate, did lead to increased awareness among local authorities and social services. There was a push to improve outreach and care for vulnerable people, though the challenges were enormous and ongoing. I understood that no single incident could fix the systemic problems, but I hoped that stories like hers could inspire change and motivate people to act. Looking back, I realized that the woman who tested every door was not just a figure of fear or mystery, but a catalyst for reflection and growth. Her silent plea, her quiet persistence, and the unanswered questions she left behind opened my eyes to a world many of us barely see. It was a reminder that home is more than a physical space. It is a feeling, a connection, and sometimes a fragile thread we fight to hold on to. I still walk down my street in the evenings, the same way I always have, but with a deeper awareness. I notice the small things, the flicker of a porch light, the sound of laughter from a nearby window, the neighbor tending their garden. I listen for the whispers of the past and the stories held in the bricks and trees. And sometimes, when the wind shifts just right, I think I hear a soft footstep or a faint whisper carried on the breeze, reminding me that some stories never truly end. The night she came to my door closed a chapter but left an enduring legacy in my life. It taught me about vulnerability, about the unseen struggles around us, and about the power of kindness. It challenged me to be more present, more compassionate, and more willing to open the doors in my heart as well as my home. In the quiet moments before sleep, I find myself grateful for that strange, unsettling night. It forced me to confront fears, to see beyond appearances, and to embrace the messy, beautiful complexity of human life. The woman who tested every door on my street remains a mystery, but she is no longer just a ghostly figure. She is a symbol of hope and a call to action. The neighborhood has healed and moved forward, but the memory of that night still ripples quietly beneath the surface, a reminder that none of us are truly alone. We all carry a need to belong, a hope for safety, and a desire to be seen. Sometimes it takes a stranger's whispered words and bare footsteps to wake us up to those truths. And so, the story ends not with fear or confusion, but with understanding, growth, and a quiet hope for a better future. The woman who wandered my street barefoot, who tested every door and whispered, "I'm already home," may never find the place she was searching for. But her presence changed a community, opened hearts, and left behind a message that still echoes, that kindness and connection can be the keys to any locked door. The rental was in a small town tucked away in the foothills, exactly what I needed after months of non-stop work in the city. It was mid-October, and I decided a quiet Airbnb retreat would be ideal for relaxing, catching up on some reading, and getting my head straight. After browsing listings for a few days, one stood out, a modest yet charming two-story house with plenty of positive reviews praising its cleanliness and coziness. The host, a woman named Karen, had glowing feedback from previous guests, mentioning her kindness and the warm atmosphere she provided. It seemed perfect. When I arrived in town, it was late afternoon. The streets were already quiet, and the air had that crisp autumn chill I always found comforting. The rental was located on a tree-lined street, surrounded by similar quaint homes. Leaves crunched beneath my feet as I approached the porch, carrying my duffel bag and laptop. Karen was waiting by the door, waving gently as I approached. She was probably in her early 50s, dressed neatly in a wool cardigan and jeans, with her gray-streaked hair pulled back into a loose bun. She greeted me with a warm smile that instantly put me at ease. "You must be Jake," she said, extending a hand. "Glad you made it. How was your drive?" "It was fine," I replied, shaking her hand politely. The countryside was beautiful, just what I needed. She nodded knowingly, leading me inside. The interior was clean and homey, filled with the scent of fresh-baked cookies and faint lavender. There was a fire going in the living room fireplace, casting a welcoming glow on the walls. Karen pointed out amenities, the kitchen, bathroom, bedroom upstairs, and showed me around briefly. "I live just across town," she said softly, handing me the keys. "If you need anything at all, just send a message. I usually stop by every other day to bring clean towels or check on things, but otherwise I'll leave you in peace." "Perfect," I replied, genuinely grateful. "Thanks, Karen." She smiled again, her expression lingering just a second longer than necessary. "I'm glad you chose this place. It feels right for you." The comment struck me as slightly odd, but I brushed it off, thanking her again as she waved and walked down the driveway, disappearing around the corner. I locked the door behind her, breathing a sigh of relief. The house was exactly as advertised, cozy, quiet, and private. It was the escape I'd hoped for. My first evening passed uneventfully. I cooked a quick pasta dinner in the small kitchen, then settled into an armchair by the fireplace with a novel I'd been meaning to read for months. Outside, dusk gave way to night, the wind softly rustling leaves against the window pane. It was peaceful, the kind of calm you rarely get in the city. After a couple of hours, my eyelids felt heavy, and I made my way upstairs to the bedroom. The mattress was comfortable, the bedding freshly laundered, smelling faintly of fabric softener. I drifted off to sleep quickly, content in the stillness of my new surroundings. The next morning, I woke early to bright sunlight streaming through sheer curtains. Stretching lazily, I padded into the bathroom to brush my teeth. I paused, toothbrush midair, noticing immediately that something felt off. My toothbrush wasn't in the exact spot I'd left it. It was slightly shifted, resting precariously on the edge of the sink instead of standing upright in the cup. A small thing, easily overlooked, but it bothered me. Shaking off the thought, I took a quick shower, but as I stepped out and reached for my towel, I froze again. It was damp, not soaking, just faintly moist, as though it had recently been used. I stared at it, frowning deeply. I hadn't used it yet. The logical explanation was that Karen had come in early to replace or move something, but she'd promised to always message beforehand. Feeling unsettled, I got dressed and walked downstairs, scanning the main floor. Everything looked untouched. The front door was locked, exactly as I'd left it, and there was no note or message from Karen anywhere. Deciding to give her the benefit of the doubt, I grabbed my phone and sent a polite text. "Hey Karen, quick question, did you happen to stop by this morning?" Within a minute she replied, "Hi Jake, no, not today. Is everything all right?" Unease tightened in my chest. I hesitated, then texted back, "All good. Just checking. Thanks." Throughout the day, I tried to shake off my lingering paranoia. I explored the small town, had lunch at a local diner, and chatted briefly with the friendly waitress about the town's history. When I mentioned where I was staying, her expression flickered for a brief moment before she smiled again, almost too brightly. "You'll love it there," she said. "Karen's place has a lot of personality." I wanted to ask what she meant, but she quickly moved on to another table before I could. That evening, back at the rental, I couldn't escape the nagging sense of discomfort. After dinner, I set up the small portable security camera I'd brought with me, placing it discreetly on the hallway table upstairs, pointing directly toward the bedroom door. It connected wirelessly to an app on my phone. It was probably overkill, I knew, but it made me feel safer. Exhausted from the day's anxiety, I climbed into bed, forcing myself to relax. Eventually, I drifted into an uneasy sleep, the night quiet and still around me. But at exactly 3:14 a.m., I jolted awake, heart pounding. The room felt oddly cold, shadows dancing across the walls. My phone lay silent on the nightstand beside me, screen dark. I reached for it, intending to check the camera feed, but noticed immediately a notification waiting silently on the lock screen. Security alert. Motion detected. Camera offline. As of 3:14 a.m. My blood ran cold. Quickly, I opened the app, hands trembling. The live feed was down, the camera showing only a blank error screen. Panic surged through me. Was someone else in the house? Cautiously, I rose from the bed, heart hammering against my ribs, listening intently. The house was eerily silent, except for the faint rustle of leaves outside the window. With shaking fingers, I tried to restart the camera feed, but nothing happened. It stayed dark. I stood there, paralyzed by indecision. Part of me wanted to flee the house immediately, drive away into the safety of town. But another, rational side insisted I was overreacting. Perhaps the Wi-Fi had glitched, or the battery died unexpectedly. Yet the memory of the damp towel, the moved toothbrush, and now this, it was all too much to dismiss as coincidence. Finally, with every ounce of courage I could muster, I approached the bedroom door, opening it slowly. The hallway was dark, empty, and silent. I stepped forward carefully, my breath shallow, listening for any sound, any indication I wasn't alone. But there was nothing, just shadows and silence and the cold, creeping feeling that someone or something had been right here, watching me sleep. I stood frozen in the dimly lit hallway, my pulse thrumming loudly in my ears. Every instinct told me I wasn't alone, that something had invaded the fragile privacy of this home while I slept. But the darkness revealed nothing, just silence, thick and oppressive, pressing down on me from every corner. "Hello?" I called out weakly, immediately regretting it as my voice echoed down the hallway. No reply came. Only the low hum of the refrigerator downstairs, a mechanical reassurance that offered little comfort now. I moved cautiously, each step deliberate and careful, toward the small table where I'd set up the camera. It sat exactly as I'd left it, positioned neatly, lens pointing directly toward my bedroom door, but the indicator light was off, completely dark. I picked it up, feeling a cold trickle of dread run down my spine when I saw it had been switched off at exactly 3:14 a.m. My hands shook as I opened the battery compartment, hoping desperately for a logical explanation. The batteries were still there, undisturbed and fresh. It had simply been turned off manually. A chill prickled my skin as I glanced around nervously, half expecting someone to emerge from the shadows, but the hallway remained empty. Taking a shaky breath, I switched the camera back on. Its tiny green light flickered reassuringly, reconnecting quickly to the app on my phone. Immediately, notifications flooded my screen. Security alert. Motion detected at 3:13 a.m. Security alert. Camera offline at 3:14 a.m. A cold sweat broke out along my spine. Someone had been here, deliberately turning off my camera as soon as motion was detected. I played back the short video clip captured before the feed cut off. anxiety tightening my throat. The footage was grainy in the dim hallway light, but I clearly saw the edge of a shadow move quickly across the wall, disappearing just before the camera went black. My stomach twisted violently. Someone had stood outside my bedroom door, watched me sleep, turned off the only security measure I'd brought. Panic surged through me, overwhelming any rational thoughts I still clung to. I had to get out of this place right now. Still clutching my phone tightly, I rushed back into the bedroom and gathered my belongings in a hurry, stuffing clothes hastily into my duffel bag. Adrenaline made my hands clumsy, but within minutes, I was dressed and ready, duffel bag slung over my shoulder, car keys in hand. As I reached the bottom of the stairs, I hesitated, glancing once toward the living room. The fireplace was cold now, the once inviting room dark and unwelcoming. I took one final look around the house that had felt so perfect just yesterday, then opened the front door. Outside, the chill night air hit me sharply, carrying the smell of damp leaves. I locked the front door firmly behind me, eager to leave whatever nightmare lingered here. Quickly, I made my way to my parked car, my footsteps crunching loudly in the silence. I tossed my bag into the passenger seat, climbed in hastily, and started the engine. Relief washed through me as the familiar rumble of my car filled the quiet street. But just as I was about to pull away, headlights appeared behind me. A second car parked directly across the driveway, blocking me in. My heart froze. The driver's door opened slowly and Karen stepped out, her face illuminated by the yellow glow of the street lamp. She looked concerned, confused, holding up one hand apologetically. I rolled down the window only a crack, my voice strained and cautious. "Karen, what are you doing here? It's late." She moved closer, looking genuinely puzzled. "Jake, I got worried. You seemed upset when you messaged earlier, and then I saw your lights on. Are you okay? Why are you leaving in the middle of the night?" My mouth went dry. Someone was inside the house, Karen. My camera caught it. The towels, my toothbrush, they've been moved around. I'm sorry, but I don't feel safe here. I have to go. Her eyes widened in surprise and distress. "Jake, that's impossible. No one else has keys. No one else was here. I swear to you." I shook my head firmly, not wanting to argue. "I appreciate your concern, but something isn't right. My camera detected someone in the hallway. I can't stay." She stepped closer still, leaning down slightly to speak through the gap in the window. "Jake, please, let's go back inside. We'll check together. I can prove nothing is wrong." "It's late. You're panicking. Let me help." Something about her tone set off alarms in my head, a sense that she was almost too insistent, too calm. I hesitated, gripping the steering wheel tightly. "Just move your car, Karen. Please, I just want to go." For a long, tense moment, she stared at me, then nodded reluctantly. "All right, but if you change your mind, call me. I promise you, it's safe here." She stepped back, returning to her car. My pulse thundered as I watched her back out, clearing the way. I drove quickly away, hands still trembling, glancing repeatedly in my rearview mirror to make sure I wasn't being followed. After driving several miles, I pulled over into the brightly lit parking lot of a 24-hour gas station. My heart still hadn't settled, but at least I felt safer here, surrounded by fluorescent lights and the occasional passing car. I sat there, trying to calm myself, still gripping the steering wheel as though it anchored me to reality. To ease my nerves, I opened my phone again, deciding to double-check the Airbnb listing for anything suspicious. At first glance, everything appeared normal, mostly positive reviews praising the coziness and Karen's kindness. But when I filtered by date, starting with the oldest, my blood ran cold. There, buried deep beneath dozens of glowing reviews, were messages from past guests who'd clearly experienced unsettling events like mine. Host was friendly, but I woke up feeling like someone had been in my room, read one review from a year earlier. My towels were damp, even though I hadn't used them yet, said another. One review made my heart stop entirely. Woke up covered in bruises, no memory of getting them. Left immediately. Host denied everything. I stared in horror, the dread pooling deeper inside me. How had I missed this? The newer reviews drowned out these warnings, leaving them buried, hidden beneath layers of normalcy and praise. As I sat there, my phone suddenly buzzed. Another notification from my security app. A delayed video upload, marked clearly from 3:14 a.m. had just appeared. With trembling hands, I pressed play. The footage showed me sleeping, unaware and vulnerable. And then, slowly, silently, Karen emerged from underneath my bed, standing quietly beside me, her gaze fixed on my sleeping face. She leaned down, whispering words barely audible. "Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer." The video stopped abruptly, leaving me alone in the bright, sterile parking lot, shivering uncontrollably, realizing I'd narrowly escaped something unimaginably dark. And suddenly, the cozy Airbnb felt very, very far away. I sat in my car long after the video ended, frozen, replaying it in my mind over and over. Karen, under my bed, the way she had stood so calmly, as if it wasn't the first time. The whisper, "Don't leave yet." My stomach turned. I checked the video's timestamp again. 3:14 a.m., exactly when the motion alert had gone off and the camera had shut down. She'd known where it was. She'd turned it off. My hands were trembling, but I opened the phone again and began typing a review. I wasn't going to let this slide. People needed to know. I needed to warn them, even if I couldn't fully explain what had just happened. I wrote the truth that something was wrong with that place, with her. That she'd been in the house at night without permission. I didn't care how insane it sounded. When I tried to submit the review, a notification popped up. "This host is currently under review. New submissions are temporarily disabled." My chest tightened. It was possible other people had already reported her. Or maybe she had some way of keeping those reviews buried, flagged as false or removed. I checked the earlier ones again, the ones I'd found buried deep before, and noticed something I'd missed earlier. Most had no responses from Karen. But one, posted months ago, had a single reply under it. "You weren't supposed to remember." My mouth went dry. It had to be her. She was replying to people she'd targeted, people who'd gotten too close to the truth. I needed to talk to someone. I wasn't sure if it was the police or the platform or someone else entirely, but I couldn't just drive home and pretend none of this happened. I had a video, I had proof. I just didn't know what to do with it yet. The nearest police station was only a few miles from the gas station. I drove there, still gripping the steering wheel too tightly. When I arrived, the place was nearly empty, quiet except for the hum of the lights and the soft voice of the night shift officer behind the desk. He looked up as I entered, his face impassive. "Can I help you?" he asked. "Yeah, I need to report something," I said, walking to the counter. "It's kind of weird, but I think I was being watched, or followed. I was staying at an Airbnb nearby, and someone, the host, came into the house, at night, while I was asleep." His expression didn't change. "Do you have proof of that?" "I do. I set up a small camera in the hallway. It caught her coming out from under the bed. I have the footage on my phone. It's real." "Let me see it," he said calmly. I handed him my phone. He watched the video, brows furrowing slightly, but never looking surprised, just quietly processing. When it ended, he looked up, his tone carefully neutral. "That is unsettling." "Yeah," I said, swallowing hard. "That's why I came here. I don't know what she's doing or why, but I wanted to make a report. In case someone else stays there and something worse happens." He nodded slowly, then turned to type something on his computer. "And you said her name was Karen? Karen Wilson?" I blinked. "Yeah. You know her?" He didn't answer right away. Then slowly, he stood and disappeared into a back room, telling me to sit tight while he looked into something. I waited. 5 minutes, then 10. The quiet of the station was unbearable, the flickering overhead lights buzzing faintly. My phone buzzed in my hand, an unknown number, no caller ID. I didn't answer. Then a text came through. "You shouldn't have shown anyone." My chest tightened. I looked toward the hallway where the officer had disappeared. Still no one. The door hadn't even creaked open. I stood up, walking cautiously to the counter, then leaned over slightly to peek through the hallway. Empty. I backed away and looked at the front door. For a split second I considered leaving, just walking out and calling a different station. But before I could move, the officer returned. He was holding a folder thick, aged, and he set it down gently on the counter. "She's been reported before," he said quietly. "A few times, all from out-of-towners. People passing through, staying a night or two. Claims just like yours." "What happened with them?" I asked, heart pounding. "Nothing," he said. "Reports vanish. No follow-up. Review sites get wiped. In one case, the guest himself disappeared, checked in, never checked out. His car was found 2 counties over, burned out." A cold chill ran through me. "And she's still renting out the place." "She never owned it," he replied. "Property is in her brother's name. Long criminal record. He's never been seen in town, not in years. Everyone just deals with her. No one asks questions." My throat was dry. "So what do I do now?" He looked me dead in the eye. "You leave, tonight. You don't come back to this town. You don't write reviews. You don't post that video. You forget it happened. That's how you stay alive." I stared at him, stunned. "You're telling me to do nothing?" "I'm telling you this isn't the kind of place that listens. And she's not someone you want to challenge. People who do don't stay gone for long." I took a slow step back. "You know what she is, and you're still letting her do it. He didn't respond. I turned and walked out, my body buzzing with adrenaline and disbelief. The night air outside was ice cold, and I pulled my jacket tighter around me as I climbed back into my car. I drove straight through the night, my hands never relaxing on the steering wheel. Every time a car appeared behind me, I flinched, afraid it would be hers, afraid she'd somehow gotten ahead of me. It wasn't until sunrise broke over the highway that I finally exhaled. I still have the video. I keep it saved in 3 places: my phone, my cloud storage, a flash drive in a drawer I never open. I haven't shown it to anyone else, haven't shared it online, haven't tried to warn anyone again. But sometimes in the middle of the night, I'll get a message from a stranger. Do you know anything about a woman named Karen? And I don't respond. Because she's still there. And she still has room for one. It's been a month since I left that town, since I pulled out of the gas station parking lot with my heart pounding, still reeling from what I'd seen. I've tried to settle back into my life, to find the rhythm I had before all of it. Work, gym, errands, sleep. But it's not the same. Something changed that night. I changed. I still wake up at 3:14 a.m. without fail every night. Not from nightmares. I don't remember dreaming at all. I just wake up, wide-eyed, breath held, listening, as if some part of me expects her to be there, watching from the shadows. I've done everything I can to forget it. Deleted the Airbnb app, canceled the accounts I used for travel booking, removed every notification tied to that town, but some things won't stay buried. You don't just forget something like that. You don't unsee a woman crawling out from under your bed. The worst part? Sometimes I wonder if it really happened. I look at the video, I still have it, but it's grainy. The lighting is poor. The shape is vaguely human, sure, but I could almost convince myself it was just a trick of the shadows. The mind plays games when it's scared, but then I remember the whisper, that voice, the words. Don't leave yet. I know what I saw. I know what I felt. And even now, that dread hasn't gone away. A few days ago, I got another message, anonymous, just like the others. The subject line was simple, Karen's place. No body text, no attachments, just the name. It came through my personal email, one I hadn't used for anything related to the trip. That's when I knew she wasn't done. I debated blocking the sender, deleting the message, pretending I hadn't seen it. But curiosity got the better of me. I clicked reply and typed just one line. What do you know? No response came that day, or the next. But on the 3rd day, a new message appeared. Different address, but probably the same person. She's been doing this for years. Attached was a link to a zip file. I didn't open it right away. I ran antivirus software, scanned everything. Paranoia is second nature now, but eventually I clicked. Inside were screenshots, dozens of them. Old reviews, pulled from archived pages. Some were barely legible, old browser screenshots with text warped and blurred, but the pattern was unmistakable. Woke up with scratches I didn't have before. Heard someone breathing in my room. My boyfriend thought I was imagining it. Only stayed one night. Something was wrong. My phone was moved, charger unplugged. I didn't tell anyone, but I've never felt safe again. Each review came from a different year, a different name, sometimes a different listing title altogether. Cozy getaway in Maple Ridge, secluded artist's loft, warm rustic stay, but always the same host. Karen. The photos showed different houses, slightly different furnishings, but there was always the same hallway, the same guest room, the same neatly made bed. I scrolled through more files, police reports, at least 3 names. Guests who had filed complaints but later withdrew them. One case involved a missing persons report. The man had checked into a short-term rental, last seen picking up groceries the night he arrived. His car was found 2 weeks later, burned out on a logging road miles from town. No body was ever recovered. The case went cold. One file stood out, a blurry image from a home security camera. It showed a woman crouched low, partially obscured by a bed frame. The angle was just off, the lighting poor. But her hair, it was identical. The same gray-streaked bun, the same sweater I'd seen her wear when she greeted me on the porch. Karen. I clicked through the rest of the folder, my heart pounding harder with each file. The last document was a text transcript, just a single exchange. You still do this? They keep coming. They always need a place to rest. I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering. It wasn't just paranoia. I hadn't imagined it. This was real. That same night I received another message. This one was short but clear. She knows you're watching. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I packed a small bag and drove across town to my brother's place. I didn't explain why, I just said I needed a break, time to clear my head. He offered the spare room without asking questions, and I've been staying here ever since. But even now, the feeling follows me. It's in the way I check the locks 3 times before bed, how I look under the bed, behind the curtains, even inside the closet. I don't feel safe anymore. Not anywhere. Then today, something new happened. I got a package. No return address, no markings. Just a plain brown box sitting on the porch, waiting for me when I came back from grabbing coffee. My stomach turned the moment I saw it. I took it inside, opened it slowly. Inside was a single object, a key. Attached to it was a note, written in handwriting I didn't recognize, but I didn't need to. Room for one. You left too soon. The key was old-fashioned, iron, the kind you'd see in a historic home, or a place that hadn't been updated in decades. And I knew, deep in my gut, it belonged to that house, her house. She was still reaching out, still watching. I stared at the key for a long time, then placed it back in the box, sealed it, and threw it in the dumpster behind the complex. But I knew that wasn't the end of it. Throwing it away didn't erase the message. It didn't undo what had already been done. Now every time I hear a floorboard creak, every time I wake at 3:14 and stare into the dark corners of the room, I wonder, is she here? Is she under the bed? Somewhere out there, Karen still has her listing. It might be under a different name, a different town, but the hallway will be the same, so will the room. And someone else will book it. Someone will think it's just another getaway, a cozy weekend escape. They'll settle into the bed, fall asleep thinking they're alone. And at 3:14 a.m. they'll wake to the sound of whispering. Don't leave yet. You were supposed to stay longer. I survived, but I don't know how many others will. It was supposed to be over. I had left, driven away, deleted the apps, blocked the number, burned the damn key after fishing it out of the trash because I couldn't sleep knowing it was still there. I even contacted Airbnb again from a different account, using a VPN, hoping I could bypass whatever filters Karen seemed to have wrapped around herself, but I never got a reply. I wasn't sure anyone on the other end even saw the message. I was trying to move on, back at my brother's house, still pretending everything was fine, that I just needed a break from the noise, and for a while, things quieted down. I was still rattled, still checking locks and peering into closets, but I thought the worst had passed. Until last Tuesday. It started with a voicemail. No caller ID, of course. The message was short, 7 seconds, just the sound of breathing, slow, deliberate, close. Then faintly, almost too quiet to hear, the whisper I'd been trying to forget. Don't leave yet. I dropped my phone. For a second, I thought maybe it was my mind playing tricks again. I replayed the voicemail over and over, each time catching just a few more syllables. Stay longer. My brother found me sitting in the living room, pale and wide-eyed, gripping the phone like it might bite. You okay? He asked cautiously. I nodded, lied. Yeah, just got some bad news. But I knew it wasn't news. It was a warning. That night, I turned on every light in the house, every single one. I stayed in the guest room with a flashlight in one hand and a metal bat in the other. I didn't sleep. At 3:14 a.m., the lights flickered. Only for a second, maybe 2, but they flickered. No power outage in the neighborhood, no bad weather, just my room, just my clock resetting. And when I checked the camera I'd mounted on the door, yes, I had another one, of course I did, it showed nothing. Nothing at all. Except it had been turned off at exactly 3:14 a.m. The same timestamp, always the same. I sat in the dark for hours after that, no longer trying to deny what I'd known deep down all along. This wasn't about a bad rental. It wasn't just a creepy host or a glitchy camera. This was deliberate, coordinated, targeted. Karen, if that was even her real name, hadn't just been watching me during that weekend. She was still watching, and I wasn't the first. So I started digging. Harder than before. I spent days scouring old travel forums, web archives, anything that hadn't been buried or erased. I searched names, addresses, descriptions of the property. I found fragments. Posts deleted hours after they were created. Blog entries that vanished mid-sentence. Even a Reddit thread that simply said, "Don't book the cottage near Maple Ridge," followed by nothing but blank space. I tracked down one username, a guy named Darren who'd posted in a hiking forum about his strange Airbnb experience in the same area. His account had gone inactive 2 years ago. I sent him a message anyway. He replied 2 days later, a single sentence. "You saw her too, didn't you?" I typed out everything, the towel, the toothbrush, the camera, the video, the key. He didn't respond for a full day. When he did, he asked for a phone call. I hesitated, then agreed. We spoke for 35 minutes. Darren's voice was low and hoarse, like someone who didn't talk to many people anymore. He lived in another state now, no social media, changed his name. His story mirrored mine almost exactly. One night stay, strange behavior, subtle intrusions. I left after the first night, he said, thought I was being paranoid, but she followed me. Followed you how? I asked. The same way she's following you now. Messages, packages, visitors. I nearly dropped the phone. She showed up at your house? No, he said flatly, but someone did. A man, clean cut. Said he was with the property management group. Asked a lot of questions. Wanted to know if I enjoyed my stay. What did you do? I moved. Never stayed anywhere without cameras again. But they always find a way back in. He said it like it wasn't just Karen. Like there was a network, a group. People who were all part of it. Have you ever gone back? I asked. To the house? A pause. No, but I thought about it. I think that's what they want. What do you mean? They want you to go back. It's not about the house. It's about you. They pick people who won't be believed. People who are alone. Travelers. They make you question your memory. Your sanity. And then when you go looking for answers, that's when it gets worse. That night, I barely spoke to my brother. I told him I wasn't feeling well, that I needed some time to myself. I sat in the guest room with my phone on the desk, watching the camera feed, waiting, daring something to happen. At 3:14 a.m., the app glitched, just for a second. No motion alert this time, just static. And then, in the corner of the screen, a face. Not fully visible, just part of it, eyes staring. Close to the camera, so close I could see the reflection in one iris. It was me. The feed cut to black. I slammed the laptop shut, heart hammering in my chest. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. For a moment I felt paralyzed, like the fear had sunk its claws into me completely. But I knew what I had to do. I packed a bag, left a note for my brother, and I drove. Not back to the house, not yet. To the town, to the diner where that waitress gave me that strange look, to the gas station where I'd first felt safe, to the police station where the officer had warned me, quietly, calmly, to disappear. And I realized something they all knew, maybe not all the details, but enough to stay quiet, to look away. Maybe because they were afraid, or maybe because they were part of it. But I wasn't afraid anymore. I was going back. Not for revenge, not even for answers. Just to end it, one way or another. Because I couldn't live like this anymore. Because I knew wherever I went, at exactly 3:14 a.m., she would still be watching. And she would always whisper, "You were supposed to stay longer." I arrived back in Old Town Ridge just after noon. The sky was overcast, casting a gray hush over the sleepy town. The kind of day that felt half-finished, like something important had been forgotten. The streets were mostly empty, a few cars here and there, a couple of people walking their dogs. No one looked up as I passed. No one recognized me, or maybe they did, and they just chose not to show it. The diner was still there. Same chipped paint on the windows, same dusty neon sign flickering on and off. I parked across the street and watched it for a minute before heading in. The same waitress was behind the counter. Her hair was different, but I knew it was her. I didn't expect her to recognize me. To her, I was probably just another guest from a long list of faces she'd served. But the second our eyes met, something passed between us. Not surprise, just acknowledgement. I sat at the counter. She brought me coffee without asking. "You came back," she said. "I had to." She didn't nod, didn't blink, just stared into her notepad like it had something important to say. "You're not the first," she added. I figured. She scribbled something, then tore the page out and slid it across the counter toward me. It was an address, not the one I remembered, but close, a few blocks off the edge of town. "They move it sometimes," she said quietly. "The furniture changes, the name on the mailbox, but the room stays the same." I didn't ask how she knew. I didn't ask why she was helping. I just took the paper, finished the coffee, and left a 20 on the counter. The new address brought me to the edge of a quiet residential street, lined with trees that had already shed most of their leaves. The house was smaller than before. White siding, one story, a porch swing creaking gently in the wind. No cars in the driveway, but the front door was unlocked. I stepped inside. The layout was different. New wallpaper, new furniture, but the hallway was the same. I walked slowly down the narrow corridor, passing the framed art, the coat hooks, the creaky floorboard just before the guest room. The door to the room was open. The bed was made. Neatly, perfectly. A single key sat on the nightstand, next to a folded note. I didn't touch either. I just stood there for a moment, taking it in. This was the place. Maybe not the same structure, but the place. And she was still here. I pulled my phone from my pocket and opened the camera app. It was already recording. I'd started filming back in the car. No more glitchy footage, no more shadows. Just me, here, walking through this house, with the truth. I turned slowly and walked back to the living room, where the fireplace flickered. There was no firewood, no switch. It burned anyway. I sat in the chair across from it, facing the hallway, waiting. 3:14 wasn't far off. As the clock on my phone ticked closer, the temperature in the room began to drop. Not dramatically, just enough to notice, enough to make the hair on my arms stand up. I checked the camera. Still running. And then, without warning, I heard the sound. The whisper of a door moving. Footsteps, soft, bare, coming from the hallway. I didn't move, didn't speak. I just raised the phone, steady hands capturing everything. She stepped into the room. Same sweater, same face, Karen. Her expression was calm, almost kind, as if we were old friends reuniting. "I knew you'd come back," she said. "I had to," I replied. She looked at the camera, then back at me. Her eyes were strange, too calm, too clear. There was no guilt, no fear, just acceptance. This place, it chooses people. Some don't even know why they book it. They just feel the pull. "What is it?" I asked. "Why me?" She smiled, faint and tired. It's not about you. Not really. It's about the story. Some people come, and they forget. Some never leave. But you remembered. You saw it for what it was. I didn't speak. She walked to the fireplace and crouched beside it, running her hand through the flames. They didn't burn her, just flickered around her fingers. I don't make the rules, she said. I just keep the room ready. Ready for what? Her smile faded slightly. For the ones who need it, the ones who've been touched by it already. It doesn't let go. You carry it, whether you want to or not. My throat tightened. So what now? She stood, brushing her hands off like she'd just finished gardening. Now you leave. For good. You've seen what it is. That's enough. You walked into the fire and walked back out. And if I don't? Her eyes hardened. Then the room gets another guest. We stood there for a long moment. Then I nodded. I turned and walked back down the hallway, past the key, past the bed, out the door. The air outside was colder now, the wind sharper, but the sky was clearing. I drove straight to the county police department 2 towns over, told them everything, showed them the footage, gave them the address, names, dates. I don't know what they did with it. Maybe nothing, maybe everything. I went home. The messages stopped. The nightmares faded. And slowly I started living again. Weeks later, I got a call from a number I didn't recognize. I let it go to voicemail. When I finally listened to it, the voice was one I didn't expect. The waitress. They shut the house down, she said. Came in with a warrant, took everything. She's gone, don't know where. But the house is sealed, cameras, lights. No one's booked it since. She paused. You ended it, you know, whatever it was. And then she hung up. That night, for the first time in months, I slept straight through. No wake-ups, no whispering, no shadow at the foot of my bed. Just silence. The good kind. I don't know what Karen really was. I don't know if she was part of something bigger or just a symptom of it. But I know this. Some houses don't want to be homes. Some places hold on to the people who pass through like a sickness that refuses to let go. But if you shine enough light into a room like that, sometimes it lets you go. Sometimes it sets you free. And if you're lucky, you never have to check under the bed again. When my son first started talking about his new friend Mick, I thought it was cute. He had just turned 4, and I figured it was normal for kids his age to invent imaginary playmates. It started with small things, like him setting out an extra chair at the table or talking to an empty corner of the room. Nothing unusual, really. Just a phase, I told myself. The first time I heard the name, I was folding laundry in his room. He was playing on the carpet, mumbling under his breath. I asked who he was talking to, and he said, as if it was the most normal thing in the world, Mick. I laughed and asked what Mick looked like. He just shrugged and said, he has no face. I did not think much of it at the time. Kids have strange imaginations. They see shapes in the shadows, hear voices in the wind. I figured he had just picked the name out of nowhere. But then he started repeating things Mick said, little phrases that stuck in my mind because they felt too precise, too adult. One night, as I was putting him to bed, he looked up at me with those big blue eyes and said, Mick wants you to come back outside. The way he said it made my skin crawl. Calm. Matter of fact. Like it was just a normal bedtime request. "Why does Mick want me to come outside?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He just shrugged and rolled over, pulling the blanket up to his chin. I did not sleep well that night. I kept turning the phrase over in my mind. Come back outside. It echoed in the quiet, familiar and wrong at the same time. When I was in college, I had a stalker, a man I barely knew, who followed me home from class one evening and would not leave me alone after that. He would stand outside my apartment building at night, calling up to my window. He said the same thing over and over, like a twisted mantra. "I will wait outside until you are alone." He said it so many times that I started to hear it in my sleep. I never told anyone exactly what he said back then. I moved cities, changed my phone number, even my last name after I got married. I thought I had left it all behind. But now, decades later, my son was saying those same words. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was just reading too much into it. Kids pick up on stray phrases from TV, from other kids at the park. But the more I listened, the more uneasy I felt. One morning, over breakfast, I asked my son, "What does Mick like to do?" He looked up from his cereal and said, "He likes to stand by the door. He says he is waiting." My hands froze around the mug of coffee. Waiting for what? He tilted his head like he was listening to someone I could not see. Then he said, "Waiting for you to come back outside." That was the moment I stopped pretending this was all just in my head. I started paying more attention to the things my son was saying. Every time he mentioned Mick, I wrote it down. The phrases were always similar. "Mick wants you to come outside. Mick says he will wait for you. Mick says he knows you remember." One afternoon, I found him standing at the front door staring through the glass. When I asked what he was doing, he said, "Mick said he is on the porch." I flung the door open, heart racing. There was no one there, just the empty yard, the quiet street. My son did not look surprised. He just said, "He is there, Mommy. You cannot see him, but he sees you." That night, I dreamed about the man from college. I woke up sweating, my breath catching in my throat. I had not thought about him in years, not really, but now the memories came flooding back. The way he would stand in the shadows, the way he would whisper my name like it belonged to him. I started locking the doors more carefully. I checked the windows twice before going to bed. My husband noticed, but did not press me about it. I told him I was just being cautious. He did not know about the man from college. I had never told him. One evening, my son was playing in the living room while I cooked dinner. I heard him talking quietly, like he was having a conversation. I peeked around the corner and saw him sitting cross-legged, facing the window. "What are you talking about, honey?" I asked. He did not turn around. "Mick says he likes your hair down. He says you looked pretty that night." I felt my stomach twist. My hair. I used to wear it long in college, always down. That was the way he liked it. He said it once when he cornered me in the library, his eyes fixed on my hair like it was something he owned. My son could not possibly know that. No one did. I sat down on the couch, trying to keep my voice calm. "What night, sweetheart?" He turned to me then, his expression blank. "Mick says, you know." I did not have an answer. I just sat there, listening to the quiet tick of the clock on the wall. The air felt too heavy, like the walls were pressing in. That night, after my son was asleep, I stood at the front window, looking out at the darkness. I could not see anything unusual, but I could not shake the feeling that someone was out there, standing just beyond the glow of the porch light. I did not know what to do. Part of me wanted to believe it was just my past creeping back in, memories tangled up with the way kids say the strangest things. But another part of me, smaller, quieter, wondered if it was more than that. Was it possible for the past to find its way back like this, through a child's innocent words, or was it something else entirely, something I could not name? Either way, I knew one thing for sure. Mick was not just an imaginary friend. The next morning, I woke up feeling like my skin did not fit right. Everything felt off, like the world had shifted just a little while I slept. My son was already up, sitting cross-legged on the living room floor, talking to someone I could not see. His voice was low and calm, like he was telling a secret to a friend. I stood in the doorway and watched him for a moment, trying to decide what to say. Finally, I asked as casually as I could, "What are you and Mick talking about today, sweetheart?" He turned to look at me, his expression serious in a way that made my stomach tighten. "Mick says he likes the way you always look out the window at night." I felt my breath catch. I had never told my son about that. About how sometimes when I could not sleep, I would stand at the window and stare into the dark, hoping to see nothing and afraid of what I might see. I forced a smile. "Did Mick say anything else?" "He says he is cold," my son said simply. "He says he wants to come inside." I swallowed hard and walked into the kitchen. I needed coffee, something warm and real to hold on to. As I poured my cup, I tried to remind myself that kids say strange things. They pick up bits of conversation, things they hear on the television or in passing, but that phrase, the way he had said it, felt like something else. I spent the rest of the morning trying to keep busy, cleaning and folding laundry, but every time I passed by the living room, I caught my son still talking to that empty space. I could almost imagine Mick standing there, patient and silent, waiting for me to pay attention. By lunchtime, I felt raw and frayed. I sat my son down at the table and asked him gently, "Honey, can you tell me more about Mick? What does he look like?" He blinked at me, thoughtful. He has no face, but he smiles when you are not looking. A shiver ran up my spine. "What do you mean when I am not looking?" My son shrugged. "He says you know." I did not know how to respond to that, so I just sat there, holding his small hand in mine, and tried not to show how shaken I was. That afternoon, I found myself thinking back to college, to those months when I lived in fear of the man who would not go away. I had almost convinced myself it had not been as bad as I remembered, that maybe I had overreacted, but now, hearing those same words again, I felt all of it rush back like it was yesterday. I decided to call my best friend from college, someone who had been there when it all happened. She answered on the second ring, her voice warm and familiar. "Hey," I said, trying to sound casual. "Do you remember, back then, with him?" She was quiet for a moment. "Of course I do. Why are you bringing it up now?" I hesitated, then told her everything. About Mick, about what my son had been saying. Her silence on the other end felt heavy. "That is really strange," she said finally, "but it is probably just a coincidence. Kids have vivid imaginations. Yeah, I said, though I did not believe it. Probably. After I hung up, I sat on the couch and tried to collect my thoughts. I kept coming back to the same feeling, that this was not just some random childhood game, that somehow, in some way I could not explain, the past was leaking back into my life. That evening, as I was getting my son ready for bed, I noticed he had a small scratch on his arm. It was fresh, a thin red line that had not been there that morning. "Honey, how did you get this?" I asked, touching it gently. He looked at it, then at me. "Mick did it. He wanted me to know he is real." I felt a surge of anger and fear all at once. I wanted to scream, to demand answers from something I could not see. Instead, I hugged my son tightly and whispered, "No one is allowed to hurt you, okay? Not even Mick." He just nodded, his small body warm and solid in my arms. That night, I locked every door and window twice. I slept with the light on, the soft yellow glow doing nothing to chase away the shadows in my mind. Every sound made me jump. Every creak of the house felt like a footstep. Around 2 in the morning, I woke up and felt sure someone was standing in the hallway. I held my breath, straining to listen, but there was nothing. Just the soft hum of the refrigerator, the distant whir of the heat kicking on. I lay there for hours, staring at the ceiling, waiting for morning. When the sun finally rose, I felt no relief, just exhaustion. I decided to do something I had been avoiding for years. I went into the attic. It was dusty and cold, the air stale and heavy. Old boxes, forgotten furniture, the smell of mothballs and wood rot. I stood there, my flashlight sweeping the corners. Nothing but shadows and memories. But as I turned to go, I noticed something that stopped me cold. In the dust on the floor, there were footprints, small like a child's, and bigger ones beside them. I could not tell how fresh they were, but they were there. I climbed back down, my hands shaking. My son was in the kitchen, eating cereal, his eyes bright and innocent. "Did you go up there?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He shook his head. "No, Mommy, Mick doesn't like the attic." I felt a chill in the center of my chest. I did not know what to think anymore. I wanted to believe it was all in my head, that this was just a phase, a child's imagination mixed up with old fears. But every time I looked at my son, I saw something in his eyes that made me wonder. Maybe it was not just imagination. Maybe Mick was real. I woke up early the next morning with a sense of dread pressing down on my chest like a heavy blanket. It had been there for days now, an ache I could not shake no matter how many times I tried to tell myself it was all in my head. The house was quiet, the kind of quiet that felt like it was holding its breath, and I almost wanted to leave it all behind for the day. Just go for a drive, take my son to the park, pretend everything was normal, but I knew I could not keep pretending, not anymore. I found my son sitting at the kitchen table, his small hands cupped around a mug of warm milk. He looked up at me with that wide-eyed innocence that only made everything worse. "Mick says he likes the smell of the house," he said in a sing-song voice, like he was sharing something funny. I forced a smile and sat down across from him. "What else did Mick say?" I asked, my voice softer than I intended. He thought for a moment, his little forehead scrunched up in concentration. He says he misses how quiet it was before we came. He liked it better that way. The words sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to brush it off, to remind myself that kids pick up on things adults forget they have said out loud. But that phrase, "he liked it better," that way sounded too much like something an adult would say, something an adult would feel. I decided to keep my son home from preschool that day. I told myself it was because I wanted to keep him close, but the truth was, I did not trust what he might say to his teachers if they asked about Mick. I did not want them to look at me with pity or suspicion, like I was the one who needed help. We spent the morning baking cookies, the warm, sweet smell filling the house. It felt good, grounding. But every time I looked at my son, I could see that flicker of something else in his eyes. Something older than a child should ever be. After lunch, I sat him down with a coloring book and went upstairs to the attic. I could not explain why, but I felt drawn to it, like if I could just see it again in the light of day, it might make more sense. The attic was as musty and still as before. I ran my fingers along the old wooden beams, feeling the splinters catch at my skin. I checked every corner, every shadow, but there was nothing there. No sign of life, no sign of Mick, but the footprints I had seen yesterday were gone, wiped clean like they had never existed at all. I stood there for a long time, listening to the quiet. I wanted to believe it was just my mind playing tricks on me, old memories resurfacing in the voice of my son's imaginary friend. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. I could feel it in the walls, in the way the house seemed to shift around me. I climbed back down, my hands shaking. My son was still at the table, humming to himself as he colored. "Did you find him?" he asked without looking up. I forced a laugh. "Who, honey?" He glanced at me then, his eyes too calm. "Mick. He says he likes it when you look for him." I did not know what to say to that. I just sat down beside him and watched him fill in the lines with bright, happy colors that felt completely out of place. That night I could not sleep. I lay awake listening to every creak and sigh of the old house. Around 3 a.m, I heard it again, a soft, deliberate tapping sound, like fingers drumming lightly against the wall. I got up and followed the sound to the hallway. It was coming from the attic hatch. I stood there, my heart thudding so loud I was sure it would wake the whole neighborhood. I wanted to run back to bed, to pull the covers over my head and pretend it was just the wind. But I forced myself to stand there and listen. The tapping stopped, and for a moment there was nothing but the sound of my own breathing. Then, so soft I almost thought I imagined it, a voice, my son's voice. "Mommy, Mick says it is time to come back outside." I stumbled back into my room, my hands pressed over my mouth to keep from screaming. My son was asleep in his bed, his face peaceful and soft in the glow of the nightlight. But I knew what I had heard. I knew it was not a dream. The next morning I called my old therapist. I had not spoken to her in years, not since college, but I needed to hear a calm voice, someone who would not think I was losing my mind. She listened patiently as I told her everything. About Mick, about the words my son had been repeating, about how it all sounded like the things the man from college used to say. "It is possible," she said gently, "that your son is picking up on your anxiety. Children are sensitive to the fears of the adults around them." "I know," I said, my voice shaking. But what if it is more than that? What if he is, I do not know, channeling something, someone? There was a pause. It is not impossible, she said, but it is also possible that you are remembering things in a new light because of your son's words. Trauma has a way of echoing forward. I hung up feeling no more settled than before. The idea that it was all in my head was almost worse than the idea that it was real. That evening, I found my son standing at the window staring out into the dark. His breath fogged up the glass, and for a moment he looked so small and vulnerable that it made my heart ache. "Honey, what are you looking at?" I asked. He turned to me slowly. "Mick says he is right outside. He says you will see him soon." I felt the blood drain from my face. I pulled him away from the window and held him close, trying to keep my hands from shaking. But all I could think was that I had spent years trying to bury the past, to keep it locked away where it could not hurt me. And now it was back, wearing the voice of my son's imaginary friend. That night, I did not sleep at all. I sat in the living room with every light on, the house quiet around me. My husband had fallen asleep on the couch earlier in the evening, tired from work and the weight of everything we had been carrying these past few weeks. I did not wake him. I could not bear to pull him into this heaviness when he was finally getting some rest. My son was asleep in his bed, his small body curled up under his blankets. I checked on him every hour, just to be sure. Each time I found him safe and still breathing, I felt a moment of relief that was quickly replaced by a deeper fear. I did not know how to protect him from something I could not see, something I could not even be sure was real. I made a pot of coffee and sat at the table, staring at the dark window. My reflection looked back at me, pale and drawn. I thought about all the times in college I had sat just like this, too afraid to sleep, too afraid to trust the silence. Back then, I would tell myself it was all in my head, that I was just being paranoid. But now, the words my son was repeating were like echoes of those nights, and I could not pretend anymore. Around 3 a.m, I heard a noise. It was soft, a whisper of movement from upstairs. I held my breath, listening. It came again, the creak of a floorboard, then the sound of something brushing lightly against the wall. I stood up, the chair scraping against the floor, and for a moment I thought about waking my husband. But I did not. I needed to see it for myself. I moved slowly, each step careful and quiet. The sound was coming from the attic. I stood at the bottom of the pull-down ladder, my hand hovering over the rope. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. I took a deep breath and pulled the ladder down. It unfolded with a groan that seemed to echo through the house. I climbed up, one rung at a time, until my head was level with the attic floor. I swept the beam of my flashlight around the space, half hoping to see nothing at all. The attic was empty, the air cold and stale, but in the corner, where the dust was thickest, I saw something that made my skin prickle. There were 2 sets of footprints in the dust, one small like a child's and one larger, the size of a grown man's. They led from the attic window to the far wall and back again, over and over, as if someone had been pacing there for a long time. I swallowed hard and climbed the rest of the way up. I walked carefully, the floorboards creaking under my feet. The footprints were fresh. I could see where the dust had been disturbed, the clear outline of bare feet. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely keep the flashlight steady. I whispered, "Mick, Are you here?" My voice sounded small and hollow in the dark. There was no answer, just the silence pressing in around me. I backed away and climbed down the ladder, closing the hatch as quietly as I could. My legs felt weak, and I had to grip the banister to steady myself as I made my way back to the kitchen. My husband stirred as I sat down again, blinking sleepily. "You okay?" he asked, his voice rough with sleep. I forced a smile. "Yeah, just couldn't sleep." He reached over and squeezed my hand. "We'll figure this out. Maybe we should have someone come and bless the house again." I nodded, though I did not know if that would help. Part of me wondered if this was not something that could be cleansed away, if it was tied to me, to the past I had tried so hard to leave behind. The next morning my son seemed quiet. He ate his breakfast in silence, his eyes downcast. I tried to act normal, to keep things calm, but inside I was a mess of questions and fear. After breakfast, I took him to the park. I thought the fresh air and the sight of other children might help. He played quietly, building a small tower of stones by the edge of the sandbox. I watched him, every movement, every glance over his shoulder. When we got home, I found a drawing on his bedroom floor. It was of our house as usual, but this time there was no attic window. Instead, the figure was standing by the front door, his hand raised in a wave. Beneath it, in my son's careful handwriting, were the words, "He is almost here." I felt a wave of nausea and had to sit down. My son came over and laid his small hand on my knee. "It's okay, Mommy," he said softly. "Mick says he just wants to say hello." I wanted to tell him not to talk to Mick anymore, not to listen to him, but the words stuck in my throat. I did not want to scare him. I did not want to make him feel like he was responsible for the fear that was choking our house. That night, I did not sleep at all. I sat in the living room again, the lights on, the coffee growing cold beside me. Around midnight, I heard the front door creak softly. I froze, listening. It was not the wind. It was the slow, careful turn of a doorknob. I stood up and walked to the hallway, my heart thudding so hard I could barely hear anything else. The door was still locked, but the handle was turned slightly, as if someone had tried it. I pressed my hand to the cool metal, feeling the faint echo of warmth. Someone had been there. I went back to the kitchen and waited. I did not know what I was waiting for, but I knew I would not sleep again until I had an answer. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I had not rested at all. My head was heavy, my eyes sore. My husband had left early for work, the house already quiet and still when I got out of bed. I walked through the rooms like I was trying to catch something in the corner of my vision, something that was always just a step ahead of me. My son was sitting at the kitchen table, coloring in his sketchbook. He looked up and gave me a small smile, like he could sense that I needed it. "Good morning, Mommy," he said in that gentle voice of his. "Good morning, honey," I said, my voice soft and careful. "What are you drawing today?" He held up the paper. It was another picture of our house, but this time the figure was inside, standing in the living room. The words beneath it read, "He is here." I tried to keep my face calm, but my hands were shaking as I took the paper from him. "What does Mick say now?" I asked, almost afraid of the answer. "He says you are ready," my son said simply. "He says he has been waiting a long time." I felt the air leave my lungs like I had been punched. I sat down at the table and looked at my son, really looked at him. His small face, the soft curve of his cheek, the way his hair fell into his eyes. He was just a child, but his words carried an echo of something older, something I could not name. I decided I needed to know more. I needed to understand what was happening, even if I did not want to believe it. That afternoon, while my son was napping, I went into the attic again. The air was cold and still, the dust dancing in the beam of my flashlight. I walked slowly, my fingers trailing along the old wooden beams. I was looking for something, though I did not know what. A sign, a message, anything that might explain why this was happening now, after all these years. In the far corner, I found a small wooden box I had never noticed before. It was old and worn, the hinges rusted. My hands were trembling as I lifted the lid. Inside was a bundle of letters, tied with a piece of fraying twine. The paper was yellowed with age, the handwriting elegant and precise. I picked up the top letter and unfolded it carefully. The words were not mine, but they were familiar. I will wait outside until you are alone. I felt my breath catch in my throat, the same words the man from college had whispered to me all those years ago, the same words my son had been saying in the voice of his imaginary friend. I read through the letters one by one. They were all addressed to someone named Margaret. Each one spoke of waiting, of watching, of knowing her better than anyone else. The words were obsessive, twisted in a way that made my skin crawl. I sat there for a long time. The letters spread out around me like a map of the past. The man who had written them was gone. He had to be. But the words had survived. And somehow they had found their way into my son's mouth. I put the letters back in the box and carried it down to the living room. My son was awake now, sitting quietly with his crayons. He looked up as I came in. "Honey," I said gently, "where did Mick come from?" He thought for a moment, his little brow furrowing. "He says he has always been here, before me, before you." The way he said it, so calm and certain, sent a chill down my spine. That night, after I put my son to bed, I sat down with the box of letters and read them again. I wanted to understand. I needed to understand. The man who had written them had been consumed by his obsession. He had made his own little world out of those words, a place where he could keep her forever. And now, it felt like that world was trying to pull me in. I did not sleep. I sat in the dark, listening to the house breathe around me. At some point in the night I heard footsteps in the hallway, slow, deliberate. I held my breath, waiting. The steps stopped outside my door. I got up and opened the door, but the hallway was empty. My son's room was dark and still, the soft glow of his nightlight spilling into the hall. I walked in and watched him sleep, his small hands curled under his chin. I whispered, "Mick, if you are real, leave my son alone. Leave us alone." There was no answer, just the quiet hum of the house. The next morning I called Father Andrew again. I told him everything, every detail. He listened without interrupting, his voice calm and steady. When I finished, he said, "I think it is time we blessed the house again, and this time we will focus on breaking any attachments that might be feeding this." He arrived later that afternoon, his face serious as he walked through the rooms. My son watched from the couch, his eyes wide and solemn. Father Andrew sprinkled holy water, recited prayers, and paused at every window and doorway. When he reached the attic, he looked at me and said, "This is where it started, isn't it?" I nodded. My hands were cold, and I could feel my heart pounding in my chest. He climbed the ladder slowly, his words soft but firm. I stood at the bottom, listening to the murmured prayers and the creak of the old wood. The air seemed to shift, the temperature dropping like a winter wind had found its way inside. When he came back down, he looked tired but relieved. "It is done," he said, "but you must stay strong. Do not let fear give it power." I nodded, though I did not know if I could promise that. The fear was a part of me now, woven into every breath I took. That night the house was quiet. My son slept peacefully, no more whispers in the dark. I sat by the window and watched the street, the glow of the lampposts, soft and reassuring. But even in the silence I could feel it, a weight in the air, like a breath held just behind me. The days after Father Andrew blessed the house felt different, lighter, like someone had opened the windows and let fresh air in after a long winter. I tried to focus on that feeling, to hold on to the idea that maybe this was really over. My son seemed happier too. He laughed more, played without those long pauses that had started to make me wonder if he was listening to something I could not hear. For a few days, I allowed myself to believe that the blessing had worked. I cleaned the attic, wiped away the last of the dust, and put the old box of letters back where I found them. Part of me wanted to burn them, to watch the words that had haunted me for so long turn to ash, but I could not. It felt wrong to erase them, even if they scared me, like they were a piece of the story I needed to remember. One evening, my son came to me as I was washing dishes. He tugged at the edge of my sweater and said, "Mommy, Mick is gone now." I dried my hands and knelt down in front of him. "Are you sure, sweetheart?" He nodded, his eyes clear and calm in a way I had not seen for weeks. He said goodbye. He said you are safe. Those words should have been a relief. They should have lifted the weight I had been carrying. But instead, they left me feeling hollow, like something important had ended, and I did not know what to do with the space it left behind. That night, I tucked my son into bed and stayed with him until he fell asleep. His breathing was soft and even, and I watched the gentle rise and fall of his chest. When I finally stood to leave, he stirred and mumbled, "He liked you, Mommy. That's why he waited so long." I did not ask what that meant. I did not want to know. The next morning, I woke up feeling like I had stepped out of a long, fevered dream. The house was quiet, but not the heavy, smothering quiet of before, just peaceful. My husband kissed me on the forehead before he left for work, and I watched him walk down the driveway, the morning light making everything look softer, safer. I spent the day with my son, playing in the backyard and baking cookies. It felt like we were finding our way back to something normal, like the fear had been a storm that had finally passed. But even in that calm, there was a part of me that could not forget. At night, I still found myself standing at the window, staring out into the dark. I told myself I was just being cautious. But I think deep down, I wanted to see for myself that there was no one out there. The dreams came less often after that. When they did, they were softer, more like memories than nightmares. I dreamed of the man from college, of the way he had watched me, of the way he had whispered those words. But in the dreams, he was always just out of reach, like a shadow that could not step fully into the light. One night, as I was drifting off to sleep, I heard a voice in the dark. It was so soft I almost thought I imagined it. "Thank you for not forgetting me," it said. I lay there, frozen, my eyes wide open, but there was nothing there. No footsteps, no cold breath on the back of my neck, just the quiet hum of the house around me. I think that was when I understood that Mick, or whatever he was, had always been a part of me. A piece of fear I had never let go of, a memory that had found its way into the small spaces of my life. My son had given it a name, a face, but it had always been mine. In the weeks that followed, I did everything I could to fill the house with laughter and warmth. I invited friends over, filled the rooms with the smell of baking bread and fresh flowers. I wanted the walls to remember the sound of joy instead of whispers. I did not tell anyone else about Mick, about the drawings, the footprints in the attic. It felt like something that belonged to the past now, something I could leave behind. One afternoon, I took the box of letters and drove out to the edge of town where the river curved around the old mill. I stood on the bank, the water rushing past, and held the box in my hands. The wind was cold and sharp against my face, but it felt good, awake. I opened the box one last time, looked at the careful, curling script of the letters. I thought about the man who had written them, about the way he had tried to make his obsession into something permanent. Then I closed the lid and set the box in the water, watched as it bobbed once, then sank beneath the surface. When I got home, my son was waiting for me at the door. He smiled and said, "Did you find what you were looking for, Mommy?" I knelt down and kissed the top of his head. "I think so, sweetheart." That night, I slept with the windows open. The air smelled like rain, and for the first time in a long time, I did not dream of dark figures or quiet voices. Just the soft rhythm of the rain against the roof, the warmth of my son's laughter echoing through the walls. I do not know if Mick was ever really there, or if he was just a ghost of my past wearing a new face. But I do know that sometimes the things we fear most are the things we carry with us, even when we think we have left them behind. And maybe that is all right. Maybe the point is not to make them disappear, but to learn how to live with them, to let them be part of the story without letting them write the ending. So that is what I am doing, letting the past stay where it belongs, and filling the spaces it left behind with something warmer, something real. Because in the end, we are all just trying to find a way to feel safe again. And for now, that is enough.